What's up, everybody? We are live 5x5. I didn't think I was going to make it tonight. The reality is that we had a lot of power issues earlier, and I honestly did not think it was going to happen. I did not think. And here we are. Here we are. Must be doing something right. Living good, I guess. What is up, Anson Knowles? I see you out there. I thought you weren't going to be here tonight, man. You keep telling me you're going to be here, and then you're always here, man. What's up? What is up? All right, everybody. We're going to try and do the debate game tonight. We're going to make it. We're going to make it rad. We're going to make it good. Go spread the word far and wide, and all the discords, and all the YouTube chats, and the Facey Spaces, and the Instagrams, and wherever the fuck, Just we'll make it happen, Captain. That's what's up. I have not promoted the show or anything. I've had a long day. And to be honest with you, I am going to promote the show, but right now, got a lot of stuff going on, guys. Got a lot going on. Before we get into this, while we're trying to get people here, while we're trying to get the count up, right? The count. We got to have the count. Got to have people. Put it on the line. On the line. What we're going to do. All right. So first up, Agrillipus was here. My man, Agrillipus. He's here, man. Agrillipolis. Confluence, man, here he is. He is here. He is here. Confluence is becoming quite a part of the show. Very valuable guy, that guy. A. Alwine is here. Down for the Nerd Wars. Let's make it happen, Captain. We've got Anson Knowles back in the house. Smoking Spaceman is up in here doing the mod duties. Thank you, sir. Thumping Weevils made it in. Checking it in. I was going to cancel it, but I have power, right? Like if I got power, we going, baby. We going. It's like if there's gas in the car, we drive it. You know what I'm saying? We got gas in the car. We going somewhere. We got gas. For now, at least, until the power goes back out. Mr. Mister's out there in the house, also on the mod duties, along with Mikey Balls. What is up, my great mod team out there? You guys may have seen the short clip of Ryan, the radical zealot, I guess. I don't know if he is a coder or not. Maybe he is. I don't know. That poor sumbitch had to insult my poor moderator last week or week before, and we got rid of him. And now he's famous. He's out there on the line. On the line. Frankie Too Sweet is in the house. Good to see you. We're gonna do some nerd stuff. Corey Barton, good to see you. Good to see you. Excellent. Send it out to your friends on the line. That's a reference. That's a film reference. It's a cultural reference. What is up? All right, Joseph is out there. He says, good evening. Mr. Mister coming in 1.21 gigawatts. That's right, baby. You know what? And so what it seems like happened, guys, this post, I believe, has since disappeared, but my wife showed me this post where MTE, my local electric company, had joined with the TVA to put in 6 new communities. So it's a lot of power. And the TVA, they're making a big deal about it just last week, I think. And now, earlier tonight, all the power went out. Something like 1,500 homes affected. And what it seems like is that a substation went down. And it was, it was down for a good hour, maybe more. And so it seems like maybe not building another substation was short-sighted. Maybe pulling too much load on that one substation, because it would when it first went off, and then it tried to come back on, went off, tried to come back on, went off, tried to come back on, and then nothing. And then when it came back, the first time it was on for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then done. I mean, Tennessee is great power, man. Tennessee is awesome. But it was interesting. Normally, we never have any problem. Normally, we don't have any problems. This is the first time I've had the actual power out in a hot minute, right? And it's a very interesting thing. Rolling brownouts is a wave of the future. Could be. I mean, at least in California, it is. ADE, come on up, buddy. Come on up, Tyler. I hadn't seen you since last night. Man. Space Force in effect. I got my Rebel Alliance hat. We're ready to go to war or something. In Southwest Florida, you'll experience it a lot. I mean, here it was. This is the first power outage I've had in years, like actual power outage, where it wasn't a car hit a pole or something, which they fixed in like 20 minutes. Bro, it went out, baby. The power was out. O-U-T, out. While we're waiting on everybody to come in, we need more people. We need an audience of everybody. I know they're out there. I know they are. Nothing else is cool going on. I promise you that. So if you, I need to watch the Connor debate, because I think that's probably going to be legit. Because Connor's a weird dude. That dude's just weird. You may have noticed, by the way, that we have clips now, like real honest to God clips, like legit shit. And that is because I have a great young man helping me out, Emmett, who we all know and love. Emmett's been doing my clips for me, and he's nailing it, man. And the more he does, the better he's going to get, and it's going to be rad. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Emmett is the man. Those clips are absolutely legit. Like they're badass. So we'll see how that all works out. He is yeah, right, Leah. Emmett's awesome. He's doing a great job with the clips. He's doing a great job with posting them, and he's got a really, I mean, he just has a good feel for it. So, I'm super happy to have him on board doing that. That's right. That was dope. That really was. Imperious, I don't know that you're awesome, my man, but I mean, you're still here, I guess. So that's cool. That's cool. So I really do enjoy the clips that Emmett's been doing. He's been killing it. And now we got Spiro. So Spiro's going to help me. I've got a website that's about half done. I'm not a very good web creator, and it's just not what I do. But Spiro's awesome. So Spiro's going to help me clean up my website, get my merch store going. I got some rad items coming out you guys can buy. Send to your friends, your neighbors, your countrymen, and have a great time. And ADE, do you do that stuff too, man? I mean, the web stuff, you know, like I can put together simple websites. And if I have a lot of time, I can put together more stuff. But to be honest with you, I just, you do that. All right. Well, cool, man. We'll talk more because Spiro seems very busy, but we'll talk, man. At any rate, again, you guys have to appreciate my boy. Yeah. Appreciate him. Give him some props when he's in the chat. You know, he's doing a great job with those clips, man. They are awesome. So yeah. All right. So I'm gonna let's see what other news we got to talk about. What we got to talk about? DebateCon. If you don't know, the venue has changed for my event. I'll be getting the information out there. Really, it's just, you know, just to change the location. It's not even that big a change. I will tell you that the new location is fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. What's up, 2D Bug? How are you? So you guys may have heard of Marathon Motors. It was a Nash company that was the only automotive factory ever in Tennessee, and it shut down in Nashville a bunch of years ago. The factory's still there, and it's been there a long time, and it's so freaking cool. And they've turned it into like a bunch of shops. And so for all of you who will be visiting at DebateCon, if your wife doesn't want to watch the debates, that's fine. Hook her up with some of the other wives or girlfriends and send her on over there. There's a Jack Daniel's store. There's all kinds of handcrafted shit. There's food. There's a ton of really legit stuff that they will enjoy. And now, ladies who come to debate, if your man just doesn't get into the debate scene and he's just, you know, doesn't have quite the set of balls some of the rest of us have, that's okay. You can send him over to, because the Nashville Tactical Lounge is right there. And if you could go inside, put an order in for a nice new suppressor, might even get it back by the time you leave DebateCon. You might actually get your Form 4 back. You buy a knife. I bought one while I went the other day. I was visiting and I bought this. This thing is rad. This is the only double-edged Tanto blade I've ever seen. You guys can, it is fucking razor sharp. Double-edged Tanto baller. Nashville Tactical Lounge. We're right next door to them. Like you could just walk over there, hang out, get some beverages, buy some tactical gear. And it's the Tactical Lounge. They have exquisite liquor that they will serve you. I believe it's for, they got leather chairs. I believe they might even have cigars. I'm not 100% sure. I'm telling you, it was meant to be. I'm just telling you this. So the Nashville Tactical Lounge is there. You got guns, we got booze, we got knives, we got swords. You got all kinds of activities. It's rad. It is rad. I'm just telling you. And now the motorcycles, the antique motorcycles, knives aren't TOS, Arthur Daya. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Knives aren't TOS. So we gotta, so that's Mikey Balls cutting to the heart of the matter. I don't believe there are any strip clubs. This is a family joint. But the motorcycles that you see, the vintage antique motorcycles, most of them are for sale. And I've worked out a deal with the owner where he asked me politely if I would restore them and or get them running if someone wanted to buy one. I said, yes, sir, I would. I would be glad to help out. So the motorcycles are also for sale. You could leave. You could come to DebateCon, come for the debates, but you could leave with some brand new weaponry, a couple of bottles of Jack, and a new old motorcycle. It just doesn't get any better. I'm just telling you. Like everybody else can say they're baller and badass, but dude, this is off the chain. And the dude is not going to cancel. Guaranteed 100%. There's no way the guy that owns this building is going to cancel. First, I think he really needs some money. Second, he brought up Charlie Kirk first. Now, speaking of motorcycles, the other day I'm going to drop this link real quick before I forget about it. We'll get some people up here on the panel. Go get your friends. Tell all of the geeks to come on. Let's go. Let's get some shiznit going. We need the geek. Bring on the nerds. All right? Bring them on. I'm posting it now. Now, remember, if I don't know you, you're going to have to cam up backstage before I even let you on the show. If I'm really not familiar with you, I may not let you up just because, I don't really tempt the fate of toss very often. So welcome. It is indeed Nerd Debate Night. It's Nerd Wars round 3. Round 3. No, I'm telling you, this guy's just not going to cancel. But I'm speaking of motorcycles, though, I went out the other day on my way back from booking the venue, and I went in to look at this Ducati Scrambler that they had that's just fucking beautiful. It's not a scratch on it. It's got 1,700 miles on it. It's 2022. It's a black edition, which means it doesn't mean it's all black. It's black and yellow, but it's a black edition, which means it's got a few more horsepower. The exhaust is cooler. It's just a cooler all-around motorcycle. So I'm in there looking at that, and I start talking to the sales guy, and I start having this conversation, and we're talking bikes and what I like and what I'm looking for. And I'm like, I'm just looking for something that has a little bit more upright riding position, that's nimble around town. And, I don't need to get out on the highway anymore. I got a CBR. If I need to get to Nashville in 20 minutes, I got a CBR 600 F4, and that son of a bitch will go fast. I mean, real fast. And I got a Z1000, same deal. I just need something that's just nimble around town, feels light. And while I'm sitting there looking at this Ducati, they've got a Triumph Bonneville in there. And I'm like, holy shit, that's a damn nice bike. 14 months and all I got is a shout out. That's fun. This channel has taught me a lot and still learning. You and Glenn are down to earth, and that's what's awesome. Yeah, absolutely, man. I am down to earth. I don't know any other way to be, man. It's really funny. But so then I looked at a Triumph Trident. I looked at the couple of Bonnevilles, and then he showed me this new CBR Hornet, which is I believe it's a 650 or 600. It's like a CBR, but it's not. It's like a naked CBR, and that thing was sweet too. But then the dude, I mean, he had me, bro. He had me. Telling you, he's like, hey, you know what? I got something for you. I got you, bro. And I'm like, oh, hell, here it comes. He came out with we walk over the other side to the Indian side. Now, I have never seriously looked at buying an Indian motorcycle. Now, I would like a Buell. I would like a Buell, like one of the new ones, or one of the Thunderbolts or a Firebolt or something like that. I would love a Buell. They're just really hard to find in good shape. They've been just ratted out. I mean, they're just horrible. All the ones around here anyway. And he takes me over to this FXR Carbon Edition. Oh, my fucking God. That thing was beautiful. It had that like old school, you know, Bonneville, not quite cafe bike look, you know, upright riding position. But it had all the cool shit. It had the Öhlins fork. It has the dual front Brembo brakes. It has the full Öhlins suspension, man. I mean, the suspension was probably like $5,000. Touchscreen dash. All this shit, man. 1200 cc. Some water cooled. Something like 150 horsepower with a reflash. Right? Like it's like 120 stock. I'm like, God dang, man. It was beautiful. And it had a discounted $3,000, a little over $3,000. I think maybe 3,500. I could have bought the bike, could have walked out of there $15,000, bro. $15,000. That's a lot of bike for $15,000, man. Brand new. Whew. I was sweating. I'm gonna be honest. I was sweating. All right, so we got the Raging Patriot 7076 comes back in swing with $5. The U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Agency, ICE, tip line is 1-866 DHS to ICE. 1-866-347-2423. You can also submit a tip online. Ice, baby. Anybody see the video footage of that chick in California? She's a councilwoman telling the police chief to not help ICE. Did anybody see that? It's the funniest fucking video. This is why we can't have nice things, folks. This is why. So, but anyway, man, I really, I don't know, man. I've never considered an Indian motorcycle, but I might have to. It's just the temptation, Tyler, the temptation, my man. You're muted, sir. You don't have your mic hooked up properly.
It was on the right one. For some reason, I just have to turn it off and then turn it back on. I don't know.
Have you tried turning it on and back off again?
You think you tech support? As I was saying in the chat, lots of huge news today. We got a third Venezuelan ship blown out of the water by the Trump administration. Yeah. H-1B visas are now going to cost businesses $100,000 a year per visa. Mm-hmm. So you're going to see those go away unless they really need the person. 11 Democrats in New York City arrested for obstruction of justice or assault on police officers or federal officers. Things like that. It's been a busy fucking day, man.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the last few weeks have been really busy. Pentuck TV says you can't use basic tech.
Oh,
that's a grenade right there.
He's right. He is right. He's probably more tech savvy than I am.
Bad. That's my bad. I forgot to pin the link. That's on me.
He's probably more tech savvy than I am because he has that red cap for his baldness that he has to use all the time. So he's probably really good.
Oh, wow. Well, you know, you're MAGA too. You know that, right?
Me?
Yeah. You know.
Based on some people's definitions, I
mean, dude, bro, you're among friends here. You can just admit you're a MAGA.
I don't hate Trump. That's really all. I just don't hate the guy.
Well, you believe in making America great, whether or not you think it's great again is kind of irrelevant.
That sounds pretty mega to me, Tyler.
I don't think
Right,
it's
that's
ever
what I'm
not
saying.
been. We've always been number one, and we've never diminished below that.
That's probably
Okay.
true.
So I don't think you have to
Fair.
make it anything. We just have to preserve
Kissing
its
cat,
greatness.
why are you sick? You were not supposed to be sick. Did you poison yourself again? My bro drinking straight out of the wine bottle. Just knock it back. That is crazy, man. What's up with you?
You only live once, Grid, okay?
You only live once.
It's fucking nerd debates, okay? I have to
It
be
is nerd
fucking loaded,
debates, dude.
okay? I
Yeah.
have to be.
Yeah, I don't drink, but I probably ought to after this shit. But
You ought to.
yeah,
Why isn't Pentuple up here?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know how to use technology.
Yeah, come on, Pentuple. Come on, Ryan. Which I can say now because it's his Twitter handle.
Oh, okay. Got a lot of Ryan going on.
I'm
If
not
you guys have
either.
not seen the clip of Ryan, the two clips of Ryan on my clips or my shorts or whatever the fuck shorts channel, dude, it's crazy. You have a bad cold? It's like 80 degrees.
That's copium. That's copium.
Why would you have a cold? What did he say? Where's the cope coming from? Cam the King lives a life. I'm driving from Texas to Florida to sail to the Polynesian Islands in 2 days. I'm going to take my 1900. Hopefully my balls aren't bruised from a near. Oh, he's talking about his motorcycle. He's going to take his 1900. Hopefully his balls aren't too. It's nearly a day ride. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun, bro. Mikey Ball says, "Mama said Ryan's are the devil." That's funny. I don't know. I don't know if we got any debaters. We got shit talkers, that's for sure. What did you think of the debate last night, my man Tyler?
There was one line I wish.
Debate? Was it
No.
even? No.
There was one line I wish I hammered down on more, that when it's a right-wing shooter, all we hear about is great replacement theory and how Trump's inspiring the shooters by alluding this and Tucker Carlson's inspiring them. And then when it's a left-wing shooter, it's literally quoting trans rhetoric and calling him a fascist. I just don't know how he got radicalized. I just don't get it. But we all need to move past it. We all need to do better. So that shit is so fucking annoying. But that was the whole basis of my argument. I just wish I would have hammered down a little bit harder on it. But it seemed like we kind of got a little off topic a couple times. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I think we walked away from that with a clear W.
Well, I mean, it was weird because, Wick tried to do the Wick thing where he just wants to talk about Trump. But he ended up putting himself in a corner. And looking like a deranged person, and it was funny when Ryan called him out on it, and then I called him out on it. And it was funny. It was great. A Wickocript. That's funny. A Wickocript. It's like
the part where he's like, Trump's the president right now, so we don't need to talk about anybody else. We don't need to talk about the policy, the soft on crime policies that let that guy that stabbed.
But he was talking about how because in some article some news reporter said something that's the way it was, and I'm like, you're assigning malice where there's no malice. Like you don't know why ABC fired Jimmy Kimmel. Although now ABC is being very clear the reason they fired Kimmel is because he's not fucking funny and he's not bringing the ratings. And his edginess is no longer edgy. It's just poor taste. They've been pretty fucking clear about it. Now, if the FCC did lean on them, which you can read that and read it in a couple of different ways, which Wick will only accept his interpretation ever. Like if you say, no, Wick, this can be read a couple of different ways, and you're choosing this way, he'll just deny that shit. But the reality is that he was assigning malice to what the FCC said. The FCC said, get this shit under control or you're going to find out why there's an FCC. I'm paraphrasing. And they said, yeah, you know what? We don't like this guy anyway. Fuck that guy. He's gone. Now, was there actually malice behind what the FCC said? I don't know. Do you know? Anyone?
Nope. It's all speculation.
And then to say that Trump's the one that went to the FCC and said, you better get rid of Kimmel is insanity. That's not how any of this shit works. Trump can say shit like, I want to get rid of this guy. I don't like that guy. And yeah, there's going to be 10 people that start digging into the guy to see, you know, if he's got some skeletons in his closet or whatever. But yeah.
And only people just go, oh, well, there's a merger coming up between the second Nexstar and Tegna or something. I don't know how to say those exactly. There's a merger coming up the FCC has to approve, so that's why they did it. But they were the second broadcasting group to do it, and they were the ones that did it after the podcast came out. Sinclair, the first one, did it before the podcast came out with nothing. The Trump administration had nothing on them. They just did it because they thought the comments were gross, as they said.
I mean, it's got to be. It's just got to be so. You have to reach so fucking hard to come to these conclusions. You have to like assign malice where there's no evidence of malice. You have to read between lines that don't even fucking exist. I mean, I'm basically saying you have to make shit up. And that's what Wick was doing, and he got called on it like 2 or 3 times. And the thing is that I figured it out. Wick and Ryan are friends, so Wick doesn't want to go hard at Ryan, I guess. And because I think Wick sees Ryan as his ticket, maybe he sees him as his ticket to bigger and better things now that Destiny is self-destructing.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't want to. I fell asleep during your guys' debate, so like
I would too if I could have.
Correct me if I'm retreading old lines, but like if you have a public broadcast license, you're beholden to the FCC. Because I've had people debate me today saying like, oh, well, why hasn't Charlie Kirk wasn't censored? He's not beholden to a public broadcasting license. Sure. The FCC has laws. This is like literally written into law of what you can and cannot say. You're on a public channel news network. And like so it's just entirely different.
Which was, all right. And remember, the FCC was assigned to control the TV, right? They were assigned that because prior to that, they just dealt with radio. They dealt with ham radio operators, and they dealt with, you know, Citizens Band issuing a license. They literally didn't do jack shit. And then all of a sudden, TV happens, and what happened, instead of creating a new television, you know, agency, and instead of creating an agency just to deal with TV and movies, they just rolled it into the FCC. And I mean, it kind of makes sense, but it kind of doesn't, because the FCC doesn't give a shit, you know.
No, they don't. And if people want to say the FCC shouldn't exist, that it's like it's too old timey, I can at least deal with that perspective. But the people that are saying like, oh, the FCC, there's some like First Amendment violation by taking Kimmel off the air. Kimmel is beholden to the FCC. That's just how the country is set up. If you don't like that,
there's no freedom of speech.
Against the FCC.
That's a solid point. There is no freedom of speech. George Carlin made that pretty fucking clear. The 10 words you can't use in radio.
Exactly.
Right? You may remember that bit.
Yep.
If you don't, look it up. It's fucking hilarious. But, you know. There's no such thing as a First Amendment protection when you're dealing with the FCC, because you're acting under a license that's granted to you to address the public.
Right. It's a privilege. It's not a right. And no one seems to understand that. No one knows how the country fucking works, which is like so frustrating talking to fucking the left.
I was a Howard Stern fan, an Opie and Anthony fan growing up, and the FCC used to harass them for making jokes that weren't a little out of vogue and not quite so
Yeah.
PC, racial statements, jokes about women, religion, things like that, and they go after them. The FCC, like, I like the FCC. I want major networks that kids can watch that don't have boobs, swearing, racism, hoaxes being pushed on them. The FCC should have a handful of networks, and the rest can opt out, or they can go for the semi-regulation with cable. HBO has their own model. They completely opted out of the FCC, and they were successful. There's a way to do it and do it well, but shots were just fired 20 minutes ago at ABC affiliate in Sacramento. No motive or shooter yet.
It's going to be a peaceful Democrat. Ladies and gentlemen, calling all nerds, please report to the video. We need nerds. We need people who are going to argue and debate. It's a lot of fun. We're going to have some good shit tonight. And it's going to be awesome. Pentuple, I can't believe you're still out there in chat slinging barbs.
He just came, his comeback stream was today, but yeah, you're right. The shots fired at ABC were mostly peaceful. So,
well, Emmett, you're excused, sir. By the way, Emmett's in the house. Everyone thank Emmett profusely for the massive undertaking that he has done and how successful he's been in the clip stream. It's awesome.
Round of applause. Also, Emmett, thank you for all the easy debate wins.
But also, Emmett joined the stream. Okay, you said you debate me tonight.
He's got editing. He's got editing.
Oh,
he's got editing.
Yeah, Pen's right. The Sacramento shooter was probably right wing.
It must have been a right winger.
Yeah.
Right. So hold on. In Sacramento, are you in? Wait, are you guys been? Have you both been drinking tonight?
No, I'm just being sarcastic. We have a theory. Pat and I are starting a podcast next week, but we have a theory that every violent act is a right wing.
Hey, it's our man Cassell. What's up, man? It's been a minute.
What's up?
What's up, man? We're gonna nerd out tonight. Just hang on. We gotta get like, I don't know, a bunch more people up here.
Yeah,
go get the nerds. You know them all. Everyone in my chat knows at least one or two nerds. Guaranteed, 100%.
I was telling Tyler, I'm like so bad at these topics, but I thought it would at least be like more casual, so I didn't mind joining.
It's gonna be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Cassell. I'm like, I feel like I look like a nerd, but I feel like I have not the knowledge to back it up. Okay, I don't.
Yeah, I've heard the combos happening before, and they know a lot more than I do.
That guy last week, what was his name? Not Hedgehog. It was something else. What was it?
Was it Icon?
No, your buddy. You brought him over.
I brought these two. I brought like 5 people last week. It was Icon Rich, the old dude with the beard.
I cannot think of that guy's name last week. But anyway, he has a channel. He does poker nights on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking horseradish.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, horseradish. Yeah, so that guy, he was funny as fuck. And he needs to come back because he was awesome. I don't know where he is. He needs to be in here. That's what's up.
I like him, even though he's a libertarian.
Yeah, libertarians are just people who aren't trying hard enough to be conservative. So
mostly,
yeah. Castle, he's still a liberal.
So, yeah, I still am. I haven't changed yet. Sorry. Not yet.
Not yet. Getting closer though, isn't it?
It's funny though, like I talked to my fiance about like this group of people who I debate with, and they're like more right wing than anybody else. And she's like, "How did you even find this?" And I was like, "That's a good question." But Tyler is really the one who introduced me. But it is kind of funny how like this whole group of people are way more right wing than usual in my group. But it's a fun group, so I like joining this sometimes.
We're not that right wing.
Well, like on the spectrum of, I guess
maybe on your spectrum. Okay, I could see.
Yeah, like relative. That's true. I guess you could be way more right wing. That is true. But yeah, relative to my circle, usually, yeah.
Maybe we can find something in common. I'm like center right, so I feel like I'm.
He claims to be center right. He's just plain center. He leans right when it's convenient.
No, how dare you?
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'm going to start some shit tonight. I'm going to promise you right now. I've had a great recovery week. I'm gonna get to play some golf next week. I was mad earlier this week because I couldn't play golf, and I couldn't do it. I'm gonna this weekend should be sweet. Tomorrow, I don't really have anything to do. Sunday, I'm shooting a match. I'm like super excited for it, and can't wait to go just destroy hopes and dreams. And so I'm going to shoot a 3-gun match on Sunday. Monday, they got a bunch of high school tournaments going on in my area, so I can't play golf Monday, but I'm definitely playing Tuesday. So
nice.
Yeah,
hell handicap grid.
What's that?
What's your handicap?
Oh, I haven't played in years. Like I'm just getting back into it.
Oh, okay.
I'm very inconsistent, right?
Oh yeah, I feel like golf is like the most inconsistent sport on the planet.
Golf is like super easy if you can just be consistent. If you can do the same shot every time, if you can
100%.
If you can just be and so that's actually something I'm actually pretty good at is doing the same fucking thing every fucking time. And I used to do pretty well, right? Like I didn't shoot par, I'd shoot par every once in a while, but well, maybe more than one. But I was never like really an under par guy. I wasn't shooting, like if it was 72, I would shoot 78 or 80, right? Like
I'm par.
That's pretty good.
One of every like 6 holes, I'd say. So I'm like,
yeah,
I'm fucking.
But that's when I was doing it all the time.
I'm double bogey. Okay, that's
when I was doing it like pretty close to all the time, and then I just it got to where I just wasn't. I couldn't do it anymore, and then I hadn't touched golf clubs, man, in like probably at best I haven't touched golf clubs in 5 years, 6 years. And so I went to the driving range, and I was like, yeah, I can do this again. Part of that was because I hurt myself, right? And I screwed up my knee and hip, and shockingly, your knee and hip are pretty important in golf.
Shockingly.
I mean, I don't know that you did, it's not just sitting there whacking around with you're not doing that shit. But so I couldn't play there for a couple of years, and I just got out of it. So I went, did some driving range, putting stuff. And then I went and bought I'm just one of these really reserved people. You guys are going to fucking laugh at me. But like I went out and I bought a used set of Callaway Big Berthas because I'm not going to go spend $1,000 on clubs right now because I don't know if I'm going to like it again. I'm excited about it, but I could get out there and just never be able to really operate at the level I want to work at. Now I'm not going to go spend a ton of money on new clubs and new equipment and everything to just go do it. So I bought a used set of clubs from Dick's has a really great exchange program. And so I went and bought a used set of clubs, got a new bag, got everything all set up, and now I'm ready to go.
Wait, Grant, how did you fuck your knee and hip? Is this known lore, or is this like
something? Oh yeah. So I one of the things, the matches that I shoot tend to be very physical. And there's there used to be a series of matches called Hard as Hell. And it literally was. Like, your goal was to finish. Not to win, not to place, just to finich.
Are we talking about golf still, or?
No, guns.
Oh, okay.
Golf with guns, really. And so I was and I did Hard as Hell Resurrection a couple of years ago, and it was on the Cobalt Range in Utah, and they have this like moon dust sand or whatever the fuck it is. It's like crazy. And one of the things that they love to have us do is to run up the berms. And so I think on one of the berms I was running. So I will also say that I was sick when I went there. Like I had literally just gotten over a chest infection. I was coughing the whole time, and it just wasn't in the proper condition to go do this, but I did anyway because I'm hard-headed and stubborn. Just do shit like that. Not very bright on some things. So, and it was a cool match. I mean, it was really awesome. Like, you guys don't understand that when I say physical exertion, like, one of the stages was you had to carry this simulated 50 caliber M2 machine gun, which weighs like 35 or 40 pounds. The simulated gun, shoot one-handed with pistol, a bunch of pistol steel while you're going uphill, right? And then you would get rid of that, do some more shooting with a pistol, then get your rifle, and then shoot out to 600. And I think we shot out to 675 yards with the rifle after all of that exertion, right? And it's awesome. It's a good time. And then once you shot the long range with your rifle, you had to then clear and sling your rifle and then run all the way back to the beginning and clear 3 more targets. So physically, it's just physically hard. There was a stage where you had to run up a berm, and these berms, they're like, you ever seen a shooting bay with the way the berms are? So you'd have to run up this berm with a simulated mortar, which is an 8-foot piece of 4-inch steel pipe over your shoulder. You had to run up it, put it in the stand, run back down the hill, then sling the rifle, and then go to pistol. Then you had to crawl under barbed wire a couple of different times, and then it was it's physical stuff. I'm not a pussy. I want it to fucking hurt, and I don't mind bleeding a little bit. And so there was this one stage where I had to run after shooting through vehicles and a bunch of other things. He had to run up this embankment, and it was the softest, like, sandiest dirt. It was like running up a beach at like a probably 15 to 20 degree angle. It was just the hardest thing I've ever done. And I think what happened was at some point when I did that, I twisted my knee and hip, and instead of just being like, ow, that fucking hurts, I'm not going to do that anymore, I quit. No, I did 3 or 4 more stages and finished the match and went home. And then after that, it just I just hurt. And if I got down into like a kneeling or prone position, I really couldn't get back up very easily. And I kind of ignored it. And I was like, it's no big deal, I'm just stiff. And then I went to shoot a match that January, a night match. And so as I'm getting down beneath the first stage of the night match is you had to get down beneath a vehicle, shoot under the vehicle, then get back up and then shoot a bunch of targets. And it was a rifle start. And as I got down to take my make ready position, I could not get back up. Like I couldn't do it. Like I could not, because I had like 30 or 40 pounds of gear on me. I just couldn't get up. And so I literally had to hand my rifle to somebody and use the car door to pull myself up to my knees so I could get up. And it was at that point that I realized that I done fucked up. And then that was in January. In March, I went to I finally broke down and went to an orthopedist. He said, yeah, you fucked your hip and knee up. They shot my knee full of something. And then they had to shoot my hip up with something. I don't know what it was, but the needle was a fucking pipe bomb. I mean, I'm not kidding. That thing was fucking huge. And they literally had to guide it into my hip with ultrasound. Like they're sitting there, and I'm like, they're like, this. I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna hurt. And I'm like, I honestly feel like it's going to hurt a lot. And it did, man. It hurt a lot. But then my hip was better, but my knee was still fucked up. And it took another injection treatment. And we ended up, they did something called dry needling, and that's what really solved most of my knee problems. So And in the meantime, because it couldn't be active,
needling?
huh?
What's dry needling?
It is the craziest thing ever. It's like acupuncture, except they want it to hurt.
Okay.
So what happens is that apparently when you have there's this deal where when you damage a muscle, it clenches up to protect itself, right? And usually over time it'll release, and that's what makes it feel better. But if you hurt it really bad and you keep hurting it, and it just stays it just locks up, and it will not unclench. And so what they did, what the premise behind dry needling is they go in and they stab it to give it another jolt, another shock, another pain impulse, so that it then unclenches. It clenches and unclenches. And if you had told me before I went and did it that it would work, I'd have called you a liar. I'd have been like, what other mythology do you want to tell me today? What are you trying to sell me, bro? What's up? You know, I would have 100% been like, there's no fucking way this is going to work. But that guy did it. Like, I went one session and came out, and I'm like holy, what in the world? Like this is great. And I had to go one more session, and that was it. That was the end of it. Like, it was crazy how well it worked. But you could feel like he would put the needle in and you wouldn't feel anything. He'd move the needle 1 inch and it would be like the worst pain you've ever felt in your life.
Ugh.
And then it would go away. But it was just like, because that's where the muscle is knotted up. And it was crazy how well it worked. Like I would never in my life.
So nothing is injected. It's just like the pain.
It's an acupuncture needle.
Okay, right, yeah.
So it's a really tiny little needle. Like, you don't feel it going in unless it hits a spot that is a pain node, right? Like where you have damage or that muscle is just super, super tight. And the minute the second, I'm telling you, man, it's like, it would go in and it would feel like like I'd taken a match and like put it in my leg or something, right? It's just a burning pain. And then it would just be gone. It was crazy. It was nuts. Like, absolutely ridiculous, really. I mean, it was unbelievable. And so I don't know why I'm saying all this, but it went during the year and a half that all of this was going on. I put on I put on probably 25 or 30 pounds because I just couldn't. I didn't change any other part of my life, but I couldn't be active, right? And I lost probably an inch to inch and a half off of each one of my thighs in muscle.
Wow.
Like, I got weak. I mean, it was probably the weakest I've been since high school. And I've always had really, really strong legs. And then it was so bad. And I've been working out off and on for the past year and a half since I had the dry needling done. Maybe, yeah. And, but I would keep hurting myself, right? So the problem is that you haven't done anything in a long time. You're working, you start working out and you just go a little bit too hard. And now you've strained your knee. I've strained my knees. I almost tore a tricep, just going too hard, too fast. And it was rough. So, but now I'm doing 2 workouts a day. I dropped 25 pounds since January. And I've got I'm probably going to drop another 15 in the next month and a half or so. Although it's deceptive right now because I'm putting muscle back on. So I'm not actually, it doesn't look like I'm on the scale. I'm not reading that I'm losing any weight, but my gut is getting smaller and my arms are getting bigger. My legs are getting bigger again. So
that's the hardest thing to measure, in my opinion.
It's so hard to come back from an injury, man. Like, I never want to hear anybody talk about how easy it is, right? Like, oh, you just start working out again. I'm like, bro, that's That was rough, man. Cam says, that's wait, what do you say? Grit, after me being in a coma from my wreck, it took me over a year to get back. My muscles had atrophied so bad after sleeping for almost a month. Yeah, you're like a twin. It's crazy how it's really crazy how how that happens. So, and but I mean, I'm back almost to where I'm leg pressing what I was pre-injury. And
what do you leg press, Grid?
I do 4 sets of 12 reps at 240 pounds.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
I leg press Tuesday in the shower.
There you go. Yeah. So
4 sets is a lot. 4 sets.
Yeah, I do.
That's a lot. I reach failure at like 3. I can't do that. I can't do the 4th.
Yeah. Yeah. I leg bench 3 Wictifas. I don't know what unit that is. What unit is that?
That's 0 pounds.
0 pounds. Are you a Wick fan, Castle? Are we insulting your hero?
Wick? No, yeah. I mean,
hey, I'm kind of a Wick fan. Okay, I'm kind of.
I was talking to Tyler about Wick the other day because I used to be interested in his panels more so, and then I guess recently he's gotten on more of like the bigger creators, but so I haven't really spoken to him in a while. But it seems like he's polarized some more folks over the months, or I guess the past year. It seems like so, but yeah, I'm indifferent on him. Don't really have a,
yeah.
He's a good guy, you'd say, Castell. Okay, I feel like you and me are like relatively centrist, right? Wick is okay. He's okay, right?
No.
Oh, it could be worse. He could be worse.
Yeah, he could be.
My man Marte's in the house.
He could be worse. I'll say that. There's definitely met some worse people online.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Tyler.
I will say,
worse people out there.
It all happened off screen, but I saw some snaky behavior, and people were posting me screenshots, and I just don't want to deal with. I grew up with heroin addicts, so as soon as I see snake-like behavior, I get that person out of my life.
Yeah. Tootie Bug says that she loves Wick. I actually got a Wick coin the other day. So I got a John Wick coin the other day. So that was cool. Marte, you're welcome to come up on the panel, my man. Just jump on up. Leg press doesn't count. It's all I can do right now, brother. I can do to do squats. I have to go to a different gym.
Great. I have a question for you.
Yeah, man.
When you go to these shooting competitions, are the people who win usually like ex-military, or are they just random guys that who are usually the winners?
Like there's a kid named well, I'm not gonna say it. There's a kid that I started teaching. I taught him how to shoot 22. I used to teach a 22 caliber youth class geared towards competition, and he was one of my kids, and he went on to actually get really involved in it. He borrowed my equipment to shoot his first match. He now wins regularly. He wins guns, he wins money, he wins, and he finishes at the sharp end of the stick, and he's like an 18-year-old kid, 19-year-old kid, and he's really good. Most of the people who win are people who practice and are ridiculously comfortable with movement with firearms. And to be honest with you, in the military, most people don't move with firearms very often. That's a very select group of people. I know some of them. I mean, we do have people like we regularly have guys from 5th group come down, and they'll shoot with us. We have a bunch of cops that shoot with us. They don't do as well as you would think because they're not. Their training is not geared to going really fucking fast, and I mean like ridiculously fast.
Yeah.
And it's just not what they do. So.
Got it. Yeah, I would have thought the opposite, but that's interesting to learn.
Yeah, and actually, for the most part, police officers are if police officers who do not shoot competition are the most dangerous people on the range because they do not work with their guns enough. They do not practice. They do not draw from a holster. They do not do any of the things that they need to know how to do, and they're literally like they scare the shit out of me when they come out. They'll do just random shit. And almost as bad are the SWAT guys. The SWAT guys that come out, they're bad, man. They're just bad. And I've worked with a bunch of them now, and they can be retrained. They can be trained to be competent, but you have to break down their ego first. They have most of them have a massive ego. They'll act like they don't, but it's there. And I actually had to DQ a guy once because he had just come off of a training rotation. And so one of the things is that in my game, you can never, ever, ever break what's considered the 180. And that is if we're in a bay, like if forward of this was the bay, I could turn here, but I couldn't turn here. Okay, that breaks the 180, right? So in the training rotations that the police do, they go muzzle down and they can turn full circles and they can do whatever they want. Mm-hmm. But you can't do that in my game. And if you do that, you get disqualified because we have zero room for stupidity in the game, right? Because this is a game, right? Like this is while it teaches you a lot of really valuable skills, it's golf with guns, right? And it's the people who don't understand that are the most troublesome because they will forget that this is a game and there are rules to it that don't apply in the real world. Now, they also do really stupid things like they draw too slow. They do the stupid, security check after they shoot and things like that, which is just dumb because it's a game, right? I've heard train how you fight so many times. It's just crazy. But we do some really insane things, right? Like you can't even imagine how fast a pistol can run. You just can't imagine. And then when and rifle, like I actually had a guy come over and ask me at not this past match, but the previous match, if my gun was full auto. That's how fast I can run a gun. And I was hitting a spinner, which is it looks like a double-ended lollipop. One plate is like 6 inches and the other one's 8 or 10.
Yeah.
How big it is. And you hit it top and bottom and eventually it rotates. And so I'm going bang, 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 and I'm hitting it. But it's the most insane thing you've ever seen and how fast it can run. And not.
Do you have video? Have you ever taken video of your?
I haven't. I never video myself. I mean, I've got like 1 or 2 videos that are really bad from like years ago, but I never video myself. Not for any particular reason. And I have all the gear to do it. I've got the GoPros. I've got the helmet cams. I've got all of it. I just want to go shoot. I don't want to deal with I don't want to deal with cameras. I don't deal with microphones. I don't want to deal with that shit. Now I've got friends that do. I mean, let me see if I can dig something up here. Hang on 1 second. I got friends of mine that post their videos all the time. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to show you a video of a one-legged man kicking everybody's ass.
How does that physics?
Physics. We don't respect physics here. Let me see if I can find. Let me see I don't know if he has a YouTube channel anymore. He's on Instagram, but Instagram always looks really stupid on when I do the share screen. Let me see. Let me see if I can find something here. No, he's not. All right, so that's fine. Let me go to Instagram. I'll get Sergeant Gill up here. Now, this guy was a Marine. He's and he's a pretty rad dude. And let's see. Well, actually, this is a guy that's a little bit older than me. Let me see if he's got a video here. But he's like in way better shape than I am. We'll have to find Gil. That's all right. May do Gil. But I do a lot of I do a lot of shooting, man. I shoot a lot. Like when I'm actually competitively shooting, I'll shoot 200 rounds a day of pistol. For most people, that's a lot. All right, let me see if I can get a good video of this this one-legged fool. Yeah, here he is. All right, so I can get just the video here. Not all. I don't really. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Stand by. Oh. I would like to debate, but we don't have enough people. We need more people. The link is pinned. What more do you need?
I got about 30 DMs floating without responses yet. All people.
I know it's always that way. Everybody wants to. Everybody wants to. Nobody ever shows up. It's all right. So
Friday night was cool and shit when I was a kid, but like now it's just another night of the week.
Right. That's true. All right, we got audio, we got all stuff here. All right, this is my boy James Gill. Now, keep in mind, he has one eye and one leg.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
Yeah, that was not that good.
Which one's a fake leg?
The right leg.
Yeah, no leg.
Are you ready? Stand
There
by.
you go. So he's going from about 200 out to look like about 500, maybe 600. Now he's doing it again.
Well, that first berm only looks like about 100 out.
Yeah, it might be a little bigger or a little more because he's elevated.
Oh, there he goes. Now he's hitting the third berm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he and listen to the hit calls.
Castle's over there like, fuck, I hope that Civil War doesn't pop off.
Are you ready? Stand by.
Stupid opening.
I could do that on Call of Duty.
Look at that little guy running. Look at him. He's only got one eye.
Great. How do you lose a leg and an eye? What the fuck
You get
happened?
blown up.
Like in active duty?
Yeah, he's a Marine.
In the same event, he lost like a leg and an eye?
Yeah, he lost a leg
Like-
and an eye.
You should be able to tell just by the way that guy's acquiring his targets right before he pulls the trigger. He's a Marine. There's a certain stance and a certain like a certain laser eye when you hunt and you hit the target. That's it. like when your reticle hits the target, you've got your iron sights right on it. Or if you've got a little, dot reticle, when it hits it, that's it. And it doesn't matter when you're moving, your hands stay lasered on it until it goes down and you go to the next target, and then you stay lasered on the next one. You watch him, you could tell he's a Marine. Good one too.
Yeah.
Really, really attentive to what's going on in front of him.
Yeah, it's a really, I mean, this is and now I will say that he also that dude's won the tactical games where they carry heavy shit, go over obstacles, under them, all of that. He's won the tactical games like outright. And he's a badass, man. I got some cool friends. And K2, I did not see this clip. Did I see the clip of Rying saying anyone who supports a Crucible and Sarah, what about them? Because a Crucible supports her, a windmill, a friendship. I'm not clarify that for me. I
don't know what that means.
That's a confusing
I'm trying to
sentence.
understand that.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand it, but I don't understand it. Now there are guys that are even faster. Like, let me see if I can find one of Max. I have this friend of mine, Max. His actual name is I think his actual name is Maximundi. He's from California, and and he is a beast. Yeah. Max Leograndis. Now, this dude is no joke. That's going to go by too fast. Stand by. We'll get it up there. I don't mind playing videos of my friends. I've been trying to get Max to come on the show forever, and he's like, "Oh, I'm too busy. I got too much stuff going on." All right, you guys, you're at. Oh wait, I gotta hit the button here. Where'd it go? What happened? Oh, there we go. All right, now this is gonna be really fast.
Oh! It's finished. Make ready for your next.
Now wait.
3,
That was the end of it. Here's the start. Max is a beast.
Hey guys, so I don't want you to get DQ'd at work.
Stand by.
We play different games, bro. That was at the World Shoot.
All right, let's go for a 15-second run with a reload this time. Nice. Ripper plate. Let's lift it up, pull that down, push that forward, you're done.
So, what do you think, Castle?
It's pretty impressive. I was going to ask you, Grid, if you took the fastest shooter you knew, but it was also one of the more inaccurate guys versus one of the slowest shooters you knew who was more accurate, who would win by the end of it?
The fast guy that's less accurate.
Got it. Yeah, I was wondering if being fast overcompensated or not, but it sounds like that's the case.
being really well. So I say that, but that's because most people in competition are too accurate. I'm actually that way. I would actually I would place better if I were faster and accepted a looser sight picture. But there's a mentality to shooting that people don't get. One of the things that Jerry Mikulek, who is a world champion, has multiple world records, is a beast of a shooter, and the nicest guy you will ever meet in your entire life. I was listening to him one time talk to a group about shooting and all of that, and he's like, there's no thinking while shooting. And then a little while later, I read Brian Enos's book, Practical Shooting Beyond the Fundamentals. And it's a very Zen look at shooting about how, your brain, and this applies to a lot of sports. Your brain knows what the sight picture needs to be. It knows how you need to move. It knows where you need to do things. And so, because this is part of the, part of your kind of what's the word I'm looking for here? I'll get to it. I'll remember in a minute. But there's a specific word for it, and it's just like when you drive a car. You get in traffic and you drive a car at 70 miles an hour, 3 feet from a car on each side of you, and you don't even think about it. You just drive, and your mind is making thousands of decisions a second.
Yeah, like unconscious.
It's your subconscious. All right, so your subconscious mind does all that, and your subconscious mind, your subconscious mind promotes everything in a yes no, right? Like it's good, no, good, no good, no good, and so if you slave all of these things that you can, because your mind knows what a good sight picture is, your mind knows how far a car needs to be away from you, then your conscious mind can focus on larger decisions, like I need to make a turn to the right up here, right?
Right.
And shooting's the same way. Matter of fact, most things are that. Golf is that way. If you just don't think about your swing, if you just follow the procedure of setting up the swing and just swing, you will do really good. But if you sit there and you're thinking, you're thinking the whole time, I need this swing, I need this cant, I need my hands twisted this way. If you think about it, you'll never get it right because your subconscious mind is too slow.
Brady, you said the other day you were a psych major as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the flow state. That's what they call
right,
it.
right. And they try and call it a flow state, but there is no such thing as muscle memory. Your muscles don't have memory. They don't. They just don't. When people say muscle memory, what they're talking about is your subconscious, because your subconscious doesn't need.
That is, you wouldn't say that's muscle memory.
Your muscles don't have memory.
Like holding a pen or like doing the same like.
Right. That's your subconscious, right? Your subconscious makes all of those decisions, and it makes it so much faster than your conscious mind can. Your conscious mind has to decide to do it. It has to decide how to do it. It has to decide why to do it. All of those, which honestly, that doesn't take that long. But in the grand scheme of things, it takes a long, long time. Right. And when I'm really shooting and I know I'm shooting well and I just zone out and I'm in that zen of shooting thing, I don't consciously decide to pull the trigger. I slave all of that to my subconscious because my subconscious knows what the proper sight picture is that I need. It knows when it's good enough. It will react so much faster than I can decide, hey, I'm going to pull a trigger, or hey, I have the right sight picture. And so when I'm doing that, what my conscious mind is doing is I need to go 3 steps and turn. I'm going to shoot this plate rack, and then I'm going to shoot these targets over here. And it's so much faster. Like it is so ridiculously fast. And when people make that breakthrough, and start to understand it and really get into this idea of the conscious and subconscious mind and how they work together, it's so much. Their shooting goes to another level. It always does, and the more important thing is that your subconscious mind also knows what things should be, and it orients you in space and time. And so, like, I had the red dot fly off of my pistol once. The bolts sheared off that held the red dot to the pistol. So I have no sights on this gun at all, and yet I shot all alphas. I didn't even slow down. I just shot the rest of it. I shot all alphas. Because my mind knows what the index needs to be for those targets. And they were close enough that I didn't think about it. I just flew, just as Confluence is about to say, I just flowed through it. But it was just that allowing that the subconscious, I just get out of my mind's way when I'm shooting. And I can't even, if you ask me immediately after I shoot, do you think how'd you do? I'd be like, I have no idea. But if you give me 5 minutes and let the subconscious float to the surface and let my mind start, just replay it back a few times, I'll tell you where every shot I took, where I pulled the trigger, if I was on, if I was slightly off, if I jerked or whatever it was, I'll tell you exactly what I did. But immediately after, I can't even tell you. I can't tell you anything. And it's just but I have but again, I've been doing this a very long time, and it took me a long time to understand how that all works together, right? And most people never get there. They never get there because they're not, and it just doesn't make sense to them. But I've done a lot of things where I just kind of go on autopilot, where I have to just make myself, like in a race car, I'm not thinking about anything that I'm doing with a car. My body is telling me what the car is doing, and I'm concentrating on where I want the car to be. I'm not thinking I'm turning the wheel this much or none of that. It's the same thing when I'm flying an airplane. I don't look at the controls. A lot of times I'm not looking at the instruments. I'm looking out, and my conscious mind is taking that information. My subconscious mind is making it all work. And so I think if you do those kinds of things, you get really good at things like shooting and like various other kind of precision sports.
Archery.
Yeah, archery.
Knives. Throwing knives.
With no sights.
Throwing hatchets.
Yeah. Throwing knives.
Mm.
So. Cam the King says it's almost like you're on autopilot combat. Kind of, really.
Yeah.
I have potentially 2 more people coming.
Awesome.
But I extinguished everything I got.
Hey, we got somebody join.
Where's Kel?
Kel is right there. I saw Horseradish out there, but he has not come up.
No, he has to do some stuff tonight.
That's unfortunate.
I don't know if Docs is the right. Doesn't want to reveal DMs, but he's a little tied up.
All right.
Hey, Grid. I only jumped up to tell you to check your Discord.
Yeah, I saw it. I can't do anything with it right now, but I'll check it.
Yeah.
Hey, Grid.
I was trying to use code words, so I didn't do TOS.
Yeah, no, Ryan's right. It took me a while, but I've decided I don't like Ryan. That doesn't mean I genuinely ill will, right? Like I don't like, it's not like if he showed up at my event at DebateCon that I wouldn't let him in or anything. I'm not.
No, I just
whether
found
I like
that to be
people
really
or not has nothing to do with that sort of thing. But I've just decided I don't like the guy. Like I just
that clip made me like disgusted for some reason. Hit me in the stomach.
Yeah,
he's
supporting
the show.
He's completely bad faith. He argues from a position of authority when he has none, and when you prove him wrong, he will always say, "Well, I'll have to look into that."
Yeah.
And he never fucking does.
I pointed that out. I even pointed that out in the couple of debates that I had with him in my opening statement. just laid it out. Like the only way he's going to be able to refute a claim is by saying he'll have to point it out. He will have to research it later and look at it later. Like he'll
That's
never
fair, though.
he'll never
You don't want to
concede.
like stand on.
No.
You don't want to
See, the
stand
thing
on
is,
like something that
Kel,
you're not.
no, but here's the thing, though, Kel. Okay, he brought research data. I looked at it, determined it had no methodology, no scientifically agreed upon methodology for doing the study. There are methodologies that are agreed on that can be used for doing studies. If you venture outside that, then you have to read like the 2 or 3 paragraph thing that explains the methodology, put it into an Excel spreadsheet, and try and do the algebraic equation, and it's just ridiculous. So it wouldn't list the methodology. Whenever I put it in to do the math, it wasn't an actual methodology. It was basically a shotgun blast of whatever the hell they chose to pick. And when I called him on that, he said, "Oh, well, I'll have to look into that." He brought that data, not me.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't think it's like a write him off completely. I think he's a
I didn't say I
stubborn
wrote him
debater.
off.
Yeah,
I
he's a
just
stubborn
don't
debater.
like him.
Yeah.
I don't like him, and I don't feel any need to help him or need to even interact with him. I don't feel the need. Like, I'll never debate the guy. The guy's not. First of all, it's not worth debating somebody who will never admit that they've lost a point.
Yeah.
I don't know. That clip kind of made me disgusted where I unsubbed.
I'll look at it.
Yeah.
I'll for sure look at it. But I mean, look.
But I'm sorry, Grid. I'm gonna go. Thanks for. I just wanted to explain myself, and then.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Later, Grid. Thanks for having me up.
Stay safe, K2.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good day, cleaner.
Castle, if I told you that somebody who was like using data and they were proved wrong by their own data, and when you pointed it out, they said that that's not what the data showed, even though it clearly showed that, what would you call that person?
Yeah, I think it's tough if in a debate setting, nobody wants to get their own data pushed back into their face like that. So I get it. But yeah, at the same time, to what the other person says, if that's their go-to response every time, then it starts to become a little bit of an annoying tactic that isn't really good faith. But like Kel said, like for a lot of things too, if you're really being honest and, not trying to pull any punches, I get it. But if it's something that you keep going into the well for, then yeah, I would call that out.
I mean, it's just, look, yeah. I tried, man. I tried really hard to, honestly didn't even need to like him. I just wanted to kind of tolerate him a little bit, and just be like, I don't want to be the kind of person that's thought of as just writing people off and just won't deal with certain people. Because there are some people I just will not deal with. I just don't want them around. I don't, we don't, it's not that they can't come here because we only banned one person, but I just ignore the, I just a bunch of people I just choose not to interact with. And there's really not that many. It really takes a lot for me to say, I just don't want to interact with you. But the last time,
I feel like he's just a stubborn arguer. What happened?
Sorry?
What happened?
What happened?
Like he's always been a little bit stubborn.
No,
like,
it's not that. Look, I can deal with a little bit of stubborn, right? Like I don't care about that. But if you are constantly proven wrong, and you will never admit that you are wrong, you will never admit that your data is wrong, or that you're referencing, in fact, the wrong data, or any other, probably like 10 other stupid ass sins that he committed. That would be bad enough. But then he was like all pissed off because he was getting blown out a week or so ago, and he was in the chat, kind of spurging out and being a dick, and he cussed out Agrippas for no damn good reason. Told him to fuck off and eat shit, and I'm like, nuh-uh.
Dude,
in fairness, I would admit I was wrong if I was ever wrong. One time I thought I was wrong, I was just mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in that same boat. I thought I was wrong, but it turns out I was right the entire time.
No, but I will say I'm someone who will quote studies, but if someone like wants to enter into that study and like wants to say the methodology is flawed, I will enter into that. And if you don't enter into that, you are definitionally a snake. I will say that. You can't quote a study and then not be able to back it up.
Yeah.
But look,
Yeah, absolutely.
If your study doesn't show what you think it did, or somebody else's study is newer or more current or whatever, all you got to do is just say, "Hey, man, my bad." All right. So just last night I had done research going into the what was supposed to be a debate, ended up being a conversation with Wick and those guys. And I had actually mentally transposed something that Soy Pill had said for something Wick had said. I don't know why I did that. It's just something in my brain. And I'm like, in the middle of towards the end of the discussion, I'm like, wait, Wick, I think you said something about this, didn't you? And he's like, no, I don't think I did. What did I say? And I went back to my notes. And sure enough, I had transposed it. And I said, Wick, sorry, man. I thought it was you or somebody else that said it. No big deal. And he's like, yeah, no big deal. It's good. That's how you're supposed to operate. I fucked up. I have the wrong fact. I'm sorry. Or you know what? My data is from 2020 and we need 2024, and the 2024 data shows something completely fucking different. I'm sorry. I'm looking at outdated data. How hard is it to just say that? Right. But
that was my biggest advice to the girl on whatever that was getting cooked next to me. I was like, girl, a concession will get you far. But I feel like Ryan's normally pretty good about that.
No, he's not. He's never conceded once, ever.
Can't concede if you've never been wrong.
Right. I'll have to look into it.
Well, but there's more to it.
Kidding,
all right. So let's just say that. We don't even have to really get into the concede part of it. He is still using 2020 and 2021 data for the Jan 6 incident. When now we're in 2025, baby. We're now. Hey, there's Ryan. I know all I need to know about you, Ryan.
Wait, is he joining?
Yeah, he's not joining. I'm not going to let him know. But
that'd
he's
be fire though if he did.
Yeah.
Ryan just tried to.
Funny part is I was just on his.
He's still using 2021 data for Jan 6. He doesn't look at any of the 2025 data that shows that we're actually investigating the the feds, right? Like it wasn't him, it was somebody else. We were talking the other day about Jan 6. They were talking about how it was the Proud Boys who broke into the congressional building. And it wasn't, it was a Fed. And they're prosecuting that Fed right now.
Wait, we talking about
out of curiosity, was this a Fed in their official duty, or was this an off-duty Fed that was?
No, it was an undercover Fed.
Undercover. Interesting that they would be prosecuting someone undercover.
Right, because he went off script, I guess. I don't know.
When you say that, like a lot of these people that they're calling feds were more just normal people that were informing the FBI. Was that the case? Or was
it wasn't an informant. It was an actual agent.
An actual
employee. He's the one that broke the door down. He's the one that said, "Come on in, guys, let's go." They've got all of that stuff. It's all proven. The Proud Boys had
look it up.
Yeah, the Proud Boys had no actual desire to actually enter in that manner. It was just that the guy's like, "Oh yeah, let's go in this way," and he broke the door down and went, and that's okay. And they're getting prosecuted right now or investigated. I don't know if they're actually going to prosecute, but they're getting investigated. I'm assuming that they will eventually prosecute.
Okay, what about the grid? What about the text from what's his name? Enriquez Torres?
Is that Dylan? That's Dylan.
Oh shit.
Hello.
What's up, man? Hey, we were going to debate sci-fi topics. Are you in for that? We almost have enough people here to do it.
I can try. I don't know really anything about science fiction. I'm very much I like westerns. Okay.
Western? Really?
I like westerns. I like old western.
Well, we should totally do a western debate night.
I got two more people that said they're maybes. One of them is a guy I really like named Eucharist.
Oh, wow.
I think I've talked to him before. I don't know that I have, but I've talked to so many people lately, dude. I don't even know. How are you, Dylan? You still out there did you get back across the border or?
Yeah, I'm across the border. I'm in Ukraine now. I'm in my bunker studio in Kiev. I got this pretty good hookup, which is like an underground recording studio. So during air raids, during air attacks, I can keep streaming. I can live stream through everything. That's very useful. And I'm gonna go hang out with my buddies in a bit. I haven't seen them in like 2 months since I've been here, so I'm gonna go out there, go to the countryside, smoke, relax, and try to enjoy a little bit before I head back to the front.
I didn't realize. Wait, are you living in Ukraine these days?
I live in Ukraine 6 to 8 months out of the year.
Oh wow, damn.
Wow.
Hey, Grid. I'm not trying to be like source bro. I'm just genuinely curious because I didn't know that it was like a Fed. Where did you hear that? Because I'm googling it right now. And
the name would be really.
You need to talk to. Look, I don't have all of that data. I don't care enough. But talk to Tim Hale. He has all of it. He has all of that shit. Like he's actually a witness.
I'm like, that's crazy if that's true. That's
Sorry?
actually crazy.
You don't remember his name off the top of your head?
Are we talking about Ray Epps?
Oh yeah.
I'm not finding anything on it when I search, but a lot of that always to me, like if you ever did undercover things with drugs and whatnot, police officers were constantly trying to get like people I know to buy drugs. And then as soon as the sale happened, they'd arrest that person, or they'd take the drug dealer's phone and tell, hey, come through. Like, police are essentially allowed to egg on the crime and get you to commit the crime that you're already trying to commit yourself. So they
can't commit a crime. I mean, they can't actually break down a door and invite you in.
Yeah, they can't commit the crime in your place. But like,
I'm sorry, I can only listen to one person.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say like the Gretchen Whitmore case, where like most of the people were feds on it.
But still, 6 people got prosecuted from that. Only like some of them, like a handful, got thrown out. Most of them were prosecuted. Same thing with January 6th. I'm reading a watchdog on January 6th. Entrapment's a very specific thing, but a watchdog on January 6th said that there were only informants. There were no actual FBI agents in the crowd, just 23 informants. So I need to see more of this. I'm just not finding anything on it. I'm not saying it's not true. It's just
I think Ray Epps was a Fed. I'm gonna say that. That's conspiratorial brain maybe, but I think he was.
Yeah,
y'all Google him.
I'll have to get Tim on here.
Yeah, no, that'd be an interesting topic at some point. Yeah, it's not emergent. It's just be an interesting topic to.
Yeah, we can do it. We'll do it another night. I'll have Tim come on, and he can, because he's actually he's part of that investigation because he was one of the ones that was railroaded. They actually mic'd up his roommate to try and get him to incriminate himself.
Crazy.
I'm trying to get Rowan on here. This guy has beautiful hair.
Are you trying to outdo Dylan? Is that what's up?
No, I'm reaching out.
I'm wearing a hat. I'm disarmed. That isn't fair.
I used to run pug groups on World of Warcraft when I was younger. This is basically the same thing. Hey, we're looking for 2 DPS, 1 healer, preferably a druid, and we're looking for a paladin tank. So come through.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like doing all the shit to get on cam tonight, but I think my hair is actually longer than yours, Dylan.
Hey, let me
I got really curly hair, and so
Dylan has to go hat off for us to know.
Let me paint,
Dylan. Come on.
Let me paint a real quick picture for you guys and see what you think about this. All right. So just picture like 1990s, right? Like Snoop Dogg in the 90s, like when he first started the whole slick back thing, and then right after that he went curly, right? All right, and just imagine if he was a white guy and.
I like the Snoop Dogg comparison. Who doesn't like
he looks a lot like him, does he not? I mean, 90s Snoop Dogg, like he's got the same.
I'd have to see him hatless, though.
Yeah,
right?
I don't actually remember what Snoop Dogg looked like in the 90s.
Pull up a picture.
I'm telling you, Ukraine.
I'm telling you, he looks a lot like him. Just, I mean, obviously white versus black, but.
I'll take your word for it. Take your word for it. Let me.
Oh yeah, actually, I do see. Like, yeah, his hair was a hell of a lot curlier because black hair tends to be. But yeah, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
So what, Dylan? What else is going on, man? Hey, thanks for the invite the other night. I'm always looking to get into different groups. So
no worries. I used to do panels all the time. I used to host Hippy Dippy back in the day, which was
heard about that.
And I did it for a while. I know how much effort goes into scheduling that and trying to corral 8 people to show at the same time. People canceling 30 minutes beforehand. People asking, like, I remember getting a DM from Lauren Southern an hour before the debate. Hey, I didn't do any research. Can I just skip it? Like, that type of stuff just happens. And so if I can help any panel booker, like, just a little bit by just, hey, let me point this person in the right direction. I ran into this guy. He does panels. Maybe he'd be enjoying, this conversation. I try to help where I can. And Riley's a good friend of mine. We both are from Maryland. So, we're above everyone else.
Okay.
Geographic joke.
Yeah, that's funny. Do we have enough? I mean, we don't have enough people here. We don't have 3 judges and enough debaters. We're so close. We need like 3 more people.
I'll debate.
I know you will, but I need you as a judge.
All right.
I know you'll debate.
I say Kel's the only judge because she's a layman on this stuff, and we have to convince her, and then we just go wild. Then we have 6.
Yeah, she got really bored last time. Did you not see her eyes rolling back in her head last time?
Let's see if I can take
really boring.
a single L this time. I would love a single L.
Okay.
I was like, "What's that, mother? What do you mean?"
I don't think she's gonna let us do that to her again.
Why do we gotta do sci-fi debates? We should just do general debates, and we can roto judges.
Nothing makes me more angry than somebody that shows up to like a debate topic or a panel that didn't do prep. Like,
Ryan, you can fuck right off. You can't. Mods, get rid of Ryan. Matter of fact, Ryan, don't come back.
No,
I never say that.
I feel like Ryan would be fire right now.
I think Ryan needs to go the fuck away.
I'll see you Sunday, Ryan.
I don't like Ryan as a
look. I don't even know Ryan, but I feel like he would like.
I don't like Ryan as a
debate opponent.
I do panels with him on Sunday. He's quite fun on those.
Come on, give him a chance to defend himself.
Come on, let us
1984.
Ryan. Okay,
no, I don't have the mental capacity to listen to his bullshit tonight. Okay, I'm in a great mood.
What if I moderate?
I'm in a great fucking mood.
Some free speech warrior you are.
I never said I was one. So, I'm sorry to disappoint. Not really. But
here I thought the flag and the guns behind you was free speech.
Okay, someone can take down Ryan. Okay, who's our best debater? I feel like someone.
It's not a question of being a good debater. You just have to be willing to literally sit there and listen to 4 hours of bullshit. And I'm not.
I've already taken.
I don't know. Loki, what we do all the time is listen.
And I'm about to catch these hands tomorrow night.
That's
low-key kind of our thing.
Ancom about to get these hands tomorrow night, boy. Ancom, you ready?
We'll see.
The bucket button. The bucket bucket.
Bucket. I called your mom in high school.
No, I was your mom. I promise. Oh my God, cancel culture. I love you for this move, Grid. Thank you so much. Look, it's worth the $2. That made it perfect.
They're fighting. The season of Fortnite is so cool.
The thing is that I just don't have the mental capacity to deal with it tonight. I have Dylan up here to deal with, and Dylan's been super chill, by the way. Like, everybody was telling me how gangster Dylan was, and how he would just like ruin your whole panel and shit. And he's been every panel I've been on with Dylan, he's been chill.
Honestly,
I ruined the panel. My goodness.
I got the same shit.
If I haven't done that yet, I'll try harder.
There you go.
People told me the same shit when I first started doing all these streams and shit too. I have no complaints at all. Like, I don't know where you got your reputation, but it doesn't fit.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
I didn't know I had that reputation. No one ever told me that.
No, I actually, I think the only reason I thought that is I caught you on Prime Kai's, and you and Fabian Liberty were going at it pretty good. And
well, Fabian's easy to go after because, I mean, when you're an ANCAP and you believe in any form of government, it's just gonna fundamentally, like, what you're doing is evil. It's like you're gonna clash, It's
I actually really like Fabian.
You would.
We have a one-on-one.
Dylan's take, though.
He and I have a one-on-one for the debate championship.
ANCAP is easy claps. I will say that.
He goes so esoteric on some things, like way the fuck out there, and I'm sitting there the whole time like, I mean, it makes sense, but damn, son, like, you had to take it. Like, like way out there to make it make sense. But you did. You got it there. He had this like. He blew me away the other night. We're having a discussion about how the Civil Rights Act was actually a form of slavery, of enslavement. And I'm like, no, come on. And he explained it, and I'm like, you know what? You wrapped it up. There's a bow. There it is.
He hijacked that whole fucking
esoteric.
He did. He did hijack the whole thing. But yeah, it was crazy.
You know what I feel every time I talk to Fabian Liberty, I feel like it's like Monty Python. Like what is you're talking to that guy in the dirt. He's like criticizing. I'm
the
trying
Black
to remember
Knight.
that scene.
The anarcho-syndicalist commune
the
guy.
anarcho-syndicalist on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the scene with the Black Knight. He chops his arm off and he.
Different scene. Same movie, different scene. No, this is the guy who's like, oh shit. If I went around saying that that some watery bent with a scimitar made
the one
me
that was
king.
buried.
Yeah, but they were digging in the mud. They were mud peasants.
Yeah.
Yes, is that some lovely filth over here, Dennis?
Gotcha.
Apparently, Agrillipus has seen the movie a lot. So what's new?
If I went around claiming supreme executive authority just because some watery bent lobbed a scimitar at me, they'd put me away. Fucking love that line.
Probably, yeah, that's true. And SciCom. I love that, man. That's cool.
Justice for Ryan.
There is no justice for Ryan.
My name, you mean?
Where are you, Cal? I can't
Free
see
Ryan.
Cal,
I agree with Cal.
Kel's not using Chrome right now, or she's using a very low bit rate.
Yeah, that's the other reason I decided to not go camera, because I prefer Firefox and it didn't want to work with camera, so I just figured I'd do it.
Does Chrome suck?
Dude, what is everybody's issue with Firefox? I've been running Firefox a whole damn time and mine works.
Yeah, I just remember last time, like, it would I would still see my own video moving and doing everything fine, but apparently it kept freezing for everyone else. I don't know why. Like, I honestly just think it's bad coding on Streamlabs' part if that's happening, but I don't
Talk
care.
Studio. Whoever invented macaroni and cheese is fucking awesome.
True. Specifically,
it wasn't the Italians, I promise you.
Specifically, Kraft Dinner, aka Kraft Macaroni and Cheese, the supreme form of the dish.
Yeah.
I make my own.
Damn it. I totally forgot. I had Kel on and I forgot to talk to her about the Bizarro Kel that we're going to have on Wednesday night. Damn it.
She'll be back.
You mean literally just Cal, right, Grid?
It's not
you mean
just
literally
Cal.
It is just Cal. Okay.
It is hilarious though that her YouTube handle or whatever, Instagram handle or whatever is Get Clawed. And that's Kel's favorite drink is White Claw.
It's just Kel. I don't want all of you to be
There's Kel.
It's just Kel. Okay?
It's not.
There she is.
There's Kel. Welcome back, Kel.
Thank you.
Can we hear you?
Yeah, is that better?
That is way better. Why are you so green?
That's
just bad.
What's your
white
favorite color,
balance on
Grid?
the camera.
You are quite green.
What's your favorite color?
Just normal. Just normal.
Purple. Oh, purple.
Oh, the pink was good.
2600 Kelvin. That's the color I want.
2 more on the way. I got Lethe and Rowan probably coming.
Oh, Lethe's
start,
coming in on this. Hell yeah.
No, there we go.
Sterile.
Probably can. And if you need me to debate,
feels sterile, doesn't it?
You look great.
It's a bit sterile.
Best you've looked in a while.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So,
if you're sterile, I'm in a corpse farm.
It really turns out if you just treat if you just treat everybody like a decent human being behind the scenes, you can get along with both left and right wingers on the internet. It's pretty crazy how that works.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I get along with most people.
What about Ryan, Grid? What about Ryan?
I gave him every.
Ryan.
I gave Ryan every single. I have tried so hard. I'm like, I really try to like this guy, but I don't like him. I just don't like him.
I need to see Ryan. I feel like I don't know why everyone hates him so much. Is he that bad?
That's exactly.
I don't think so, but I align politically
I got
with him.
something.
So
Stand by. I got something for this.
There's just some people out there other personality types clash with. I got the people that just loathe me, and I try to treat everybody like a decent person. So
Tyler, no one could loathe you.
No one could loathe.
Oh, I know people that loathe Tyler.
They exist.
Now you're
no,
making
I personally know at least 2
Tyler.
people who loathe Tyler.
No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse.
I feel trolled.
He's been really playing up the like married sweetheart role. To get haters off his back, okay?
No, I don't believe.
Now, the reason that the people I know loathe him is because they think his debate tactics are dishonest and slimy, which sometimes, yeah, a little bit, but
Tyler?
I'm ready to win it, you know?
Tyler or
win it.
Or Ryan?
Wait, hold on. Hold the phone.
Shots fired.
Tyler's debate tactics are slimy?
Dishonest and slimy on occasion. I don't think it's a constant thing, but I do I do agree with it to a small extent.
Are you talking about here in like the speed debates or in long form debates?
No,
it's fair. Sometimes I don't always use the best tactics. It's fair.
Tyler, don't demean yourself like that.
Well, I debated. I debated Tyler. Tyler came at me, right?
He came at you, bro.
He came at me, which was cool, And we did a debate moderated by Andrew Wilson. And I thought it was hilarious. I've never had anybody agree with me so much in a debate.
A concession will get you far.
I mean, literally agreed with me. And I'm like, wait, why is Tyler agreeing? Like, he's not supposed to do this. It was the most polite debate I think I've ever had.
That checks out.
I think we got.
But he has no reason to slime you out like he does everybody else.
Shots fired!
Yeah, you haven't seen his ugly side.
Leafy water eyes.
Wow.
Great destroyer.
Leafy also knows one of the people that I'm thinking about who loathes Tyler. So,
hey Kel, can you do me a favor just once, please? Can you just look right at the camera and say, "Do you want fries with that?"
Don't do it. You're trying to demean.
No,
it's not demeaning. I just want to see if she can pull it off. I really do.
Hey, if the president can do it, she can do it.
Hey. All that proves to me is that she's had a working class background. That's all I need to know.
I'm just
I
curious if she can pull it off.
have never worked in food before. I've never.
Oh, okay. So your inability to pull it off.
I had like an updo done. These
bourgeois
braids were like a
scum.
part of my bun, but I felt bald.
So as I was saying, it's not about the length of the hair. Look at that beautiful fucking mane that Rowan has. That is not just the length; it's got nice volume to it.
Yeah, the volume is sublime.
Jesus,
I will say that.
wow!
Now she looks like a dwarf.
You're taking this.
Thank you so much.
All the blood rushed from this head to this head so fast, I'm dizzy.
We got a clip. I've got a clip coming in. There you go.
And Tyler,
Do you think Ryan gets the good end of the stick? Everyone fucking hates Ryan.
Wow.
Hello, darkness, my old
Context. Community note on Twitter. Listen.
Great. You really gotta fix your audio setup because I'm hearing myself echo when you do.
It's only when he's playing
Yeah,
stuff.
you got to just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds sometimes.
Wow.
From time to
hot!
Cal,
Ginger violence.
No, but for context,
Cal.
there was some incel guy that came on the panel and he was like literally crying to Grid and he was like, Grid, you literally give it's so funny how this all played out. You literally give Ryan so much screen time. You love him. You're giving him a career basically. It's not fair. Ryan has such a glamorous life. And I was like, bro, shut the fuck up. Stop being like a poor me. Ryan does not have a great life in this little panel sphere. Everyone literally fucking hates Ryan. And I stand on what I said. Because look what happened.
Yeah, she said what she said. She said what she said. But
free Ryan. Justice for Ryan.
That's not what you just said in the
Ryan,
clip.
But that's
Ryan did get justice. Ryan did get justice. He
context.
fucked around. He found out. That's justice.
Context.
What's the context, Cal? What's the context?
I just explained. I was just explaining to the guy that was crashing out at Grid how Rand really doesn't have it all that good, bro. Like as much screen time as you think he gets, that's like not a glamorous life. The only reason they bring him on half the time is to berate him. That's all I was explaining to the guy.
He got second place the last time he did one of these with us. So he only lost to Beth at the end because he was too nice to her. So otherwise, he was cutthroat. That dude was killing it out there. I voted for him every other time.
Can you guys give me a second here?
No.
Ryan, did you really tell one of my mods to fuck off?
Yeah, I told him to eat shit too.
Okay. Door's over there. I will see you.
Yeah, I mean, you can boot me if you want. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I mean, I'm going to. You can't tell my mods to fuck off. That's fucked
Okay.
up.
Well, thank you for having me.
At least he was nice at the end.
I like the dark Biden memes. We got enough people. Like, you want me judging, or you want me?
Who's judging? Who wants to be the judges, man?
I can judge.
I would gladly judge some of these debates.
I can debate too. I don't give a shit. Put me where you need me.
I want Cleaner obviously as a judge. He's one of the more fair ones. Tyler, I like Tyler as a judge.
But I also want to debate.
I'm
got really
tempted to have. Well, so Dylan's already told us that he's not a sci-fi guy. So maybe we'll let him judge these debates.
Why don't we? Isn't this like our
Nobody
third week
can
in a row
say
on
that
sci-fi?
I lean heavily right. We now have a true conservative, a conservative that considers himself a centrist, and a confirmed leftist in the in the mix. Nobody can say I run a biased panel at all. So that's what's up.
Not leftist, though. Not leftist. Just
a
center.
DEI hire. Wild.
I was gonna DEI hire you, but
I was gonna DEI.
I didn't get the information packet, and you didn't submit your 10 whatever form, and so I can't hire you. So there you go.
I was really hoping that joke was going somewhere.
No,
better.
I know you did, but it doesn't. All right, so sci-fi, Lord of the Rings, it's all on the table. I do have some prompts ready to go somewhere. I don't know what I did with them, but I'll find
Why
them.
are we on sci-fi so hard this month? Is it like sci-fi month?
Because it's cool.
Technically, Star Trek Day is in September, so
Well, I think the other thing about this is everywhere else, all over the debate sphere, we're hearing people arguing about what's going on with Charlie Kirk, what's going on with politics, what's going on with fuck it, everything insane in the world, right? And so it's like, come on, man. Like Friday night, we just need a night, just chill, just relax, let the boys and chill.
And to be honest, these are usually topics that have a relevant theme, but we're just couching it in sci-fi movie or books or whatever.
Most sci-fi does have a political tone, underneath it. So,
and we're not even going like hardcore. Like we're not going like Piers Anthony or Asimov. I mean, not yet anyway. Or a Heinlein. We haven't even gotten into like the true sci philosophers out there, man. We're just talking just normal sci-fi that a lot of it's just made into movies. So, by the way, anybody else wants to come up, you're welcome to. Just come on, click the link, jump up, have a good time. So the way this works is we used to have it where people would donate money to buy a debate, a 1v1 between two competitors. And then Trump made it in an awesome move where donations and tips are not taxed, which is awesome. However, if you receive something like, say, a debate or a move or something like that, then it's no longer a donation or tip because you're buying something. So then it confuses things, and I don't like YouTube looking at me too closely, and I certainly don't want the government looking at me too closely. So now I just decide who gets the debates. Hopefully the audience, throws out some donos. If not, I don't really give a shit at this point. I used all the money to pay for the big party we're having at DebateCon anyway. So, yeah, that's what's up. So, by the way, if you were intending to come to DebateCon to my event, everyone's invited. It is free as long as you have a DebateCon ticket. We have had a change in venue because after the Charlie Kirk assassination, I can't 100% prove that what happened was the corporation that owns the venue that I had deposit on decided that it was liability there for them. I can't prove that. However, it was a very convenient thing how they refund. Like literally, like I got the email saying that, hey, we can't, you can't do it because we've had a VIP client do some stuff, and then literally my deposit was refunded like that.
$50 super chat. Got your 6 Grift MFs.
All right, Agrippa sending in the big 50, triggered the TTS. You guys can't hear it because you're not on YouTube, but everybody out there in YouTube heard a very lovely, charming English voice.
For Harvey.
Read that, which is awesome. Thank you for the big 50, my friend.
Sorry.
So who wants to debate who, or should I just pick?
I would say you should pick a prompt and then let people decide if they want to take that.
So we usually do it the other way. I usually pick 2 people I want to see fight, and then we let them pick a prompt that they want to go after.
Yeah, I'll admit I have a hole in my knowledge about Star Trek, so it's just my word.
All right. Well, we're not going to. Yeah. All right. So, and the way this works, guys, if you haven't done it before, you get it is timed. We do. You get 1 minute each for your opening statement. Then you get 5 minutes open discussion. At the end of the 5 minutes, we bring everybody back up. We decide who wins, who loses. Well, actually, I don't. I moderate, but the judges decide who wins, who loses, and based on and give their explanation why. And then you either live or you die. And actually, since we've had so few people playing lately, I've just been leaving people up sometimes. Just give you an extra chance. But anyway. Who wants to go first?
I'm down.
Tyler's like, me. I'm ready. All right. I'm good with Tyler setting out. Who do you want to argue with, Tyler?
Throw whoever at me. Tell me which side of the prompt I'm taking, and watch them lose.
The prompt is fentanyl would be good for the Empire to push. You have to take the affirmative.
That would be hilarious. I'm not doing that.
Oh, come on. That'd be great.
I'm going right up your alley.
Pharmaceutical drugs are a general good. Absolutely. I could argue that.
Yeah.
Population.
Did Gandalf manipulate the Fellowship for his own ends, prioritizing the destruction of the ring over their individual well-beings?
Ooh. Anyone want it? You can pick your side. I'll take the other one.
Nobody wants that one? All right.
It's like the one sci-fi movie I watched, so I'm kind of like, it's not even sci-fi, is it? It's more.
No, it's a long walk.
It's fantasy,
it's
high fantasy, right? They call it.
I mean, I could take that, but it's definitely not my best topic, and I'd rather save it for something I'm a little more.
Let me help you. Did Trump manipulate the FCC for his own ends, prioritizing the destruction of Jimmy Kimmel over ABC's well-being? See, it's modern.
I'll do the Gandalf thing. I'll defend Gandalf if nobody else will.
My judge wants to debate now. Well, we'll just have Kel judge this one. Oh no.
Confluence wants to take judge spot.
Yeah, Confluence. You're going to be a judge this time. All right. The rest of you guys got to go to the back. I like you, but I can't look at you right now because we gotta debate. So Dylan's gonna debate. Leth, I'm not familiar with. I've seen you before, but I'm not familiar with you, man. Welcome to the show.
Yo.
And Rowan, you got to go too. I got one too many up here. No, it's Confluence has to go. There you are. All right. It's going to be fun. All right. You guys know the rules? Everybody good?
It might
Who
be
wants to go? Who's the affirmative?
I don't know any of the rules, but I'm good.
Yeah.
1 minute
The
opening.
rules are there are no real rules. You're going to get 1 minute to make your case. Are you the affirmative?
What was the exact prompt? I don't know.
Okay. Did Gandalf manipulate the Fellowship for
Yes.
his own ends, prioritizing the destruction of the ring over the whatever they called them, the group, the 5, the 10, or whatever, the Fellowship, the individual well-being, their lives? Did he risk their lives to destroy the ring and not without care?
Then I'm the affirmative.
I'll take the negative.
All right, you guys are going to have fun with this one. All right, so you start off. Whenever you start.
All right, so even in the best reading where Gandalf was well-intentioned, he was still absolutely risking the lives. But what you find out throughout the story is Gandalf the Grey wasn't exactly the best guy in the world. There were a lot of instances and other options that he could have done. People have picked the story apart. He could have accessed the Eagles and flown the ring a majority of the way. He could have contacted an army. He could have done many other things. Instead, he got some of the most ill-equipped people for the job just because they're small and maybe could do something special. Boromir, for all of his fault, he did not deserve to die. And because Gandalf took these unequipped people who didn't have any chemistry or any knowledge of each other and foist them all into this situation to make this fellowship, he put them in a bad situation that could have been easily amended if they had any sort of different makeup or people of one race. They're warriors, but I presume he's going to argue that he did help them at certain points, but he also abandoned them. When he went to go check on the necromancer, he left them alone to die. Like, there were certain instances where
That's your minute. You were rolling, man. Dylan, just start talking, and I'll start the timer.
Sure. Look, Gandalf is old homies. He smokes with the boys back in Hobbiton. You know, they're having a good time. They go way back. The idea that he would backstab their homies in that way, I find that personally offensive and disrespectful to Gandalf's legacy. I'm not saying the plan was perfect, but let's understand the conditions on which this plan was made. Okay? The plan was made after it was clear that the ring could no longer be contained in Hobbiton. He had to make a plan on the fly to figure out how to respond to it. And so he had to use the resources at his disposal. Yeah, it'd be great if he had a dragon and he had all these, like, oh, I have the magic spell that will teleport this ring over the volcano and drop straight in. That'd be fantastic if he had those tools, but he didn't. He had a bunch of little tiny stormtroopers and he used them like Russian soldiers and, you know, just wave after wave. And if we have to do that with the hobbits, we have to do that with the hobbits, you know? You got to send them in. You got to save Middle-earth, because if Middle-earth falls, they're all going to die anyway.
Okay, he had like 3 seconds left. That was excellent. All right, so I want a nice, clean fight, guys. No below the belt. Just, you know, keep it clean. And just when whoever starts talking, I'll start the timer.
I mean, even in the best reading, he still was absolutely risking their lives to prioritize this. And I mean, they had a great amount of time. Sauron didn't know where the ring was. That's why he had the wraiths out looking in a general vicinity. They got a boat, and you know he had access to boats because he sailed it at the end of the third book. He could have easily done something else that was much safer. Instead, he just hobbled together people that weren't ready to go.
Look, I admit that he put their lives at risk, but their lives were already at risk. I mean, the Middle-earth's already a threat. The key to Sauron's plans is in their town, okay? If the nuclear codes are in your hometown, you're at risk whether you like it or not. So you can talk about, oh, he put them at risk. They were at risk by the proximity of where they were to the violence and where all the power players were, which was in their hometown. So yeah, they put them at risk, but not any more than they already were. Instead, they put them to work. And you should pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
I think if Gandalf was a real man and really wanted to take the load, he should have carried the ring himself.
Gandalf was an alpha. Don't you ever accuse him of being a beta. Don't know.
He touched that ring. He said, "You know what? I'm personally too weak to do that. How about you do an unequipped person that's never been in combat?" He threw them to the wolves. They were not prepared. Zero training. It was cruel.
Look, I mean, zero training, that, you know, sometimes work experience is the training that you get. Look, if you got a week to train to learn your rifle because the manpower requirements are too bad, that's just how it is, okay? That's the situation that you find yourselves in. Look, if they could have gone to Sauron and say, hey, could you wait a few months? You know, we want to prepare. you know, the hobbits want to do some push-ups and sit-ups, they want to do some jumping jacks and jump rope, then yeah, they'd have time to prepare. It fell upon them. There was a birthday celebration. The movie opens with a birthday celebration. They were not prepared for this at all. It fell upon them, and they did the best they could given the situation.
Oh, yeah.
You would have done no better, Tyler.
I absolutely don't want to take anything away from them. And the hobbits themselves, they did fantastic, especially since Gandalf set them up for failure. But what I want to emphasize is justice for Boromir, okay? Boromir did not deserve what was coming.
Boromir Schmoromir. I mean, he was out in the open. He ran out into the open. He gets shot. You know, if I say, look at me, bros, and I run to the open and get shot by like 50 arrows, whose fault is that? Okay? I mean, look, you can martyr yourself if you want to, but there's something known as ducking, which was discovered by humans a very long time ago. So, I mean, you can't blame Boromir for his own. That was Boromir's arrogance. He got corrupted by the ring. It was his own weak will that got Boromir killed, not Gandalf.
Gandalf could have put the ring into his sack and flew at an eagle. He was worried about his own personal safety, and that's why he had.
Do you really think Sauron couldn't have like zapped him out of the sky with an eye laser, or they wouldn't have? There's nothing in his disposal. The big solution is flight. It was always flight, not to go under the radar. If you just fly, the fucking Wright brothers could have saved all of Middle Earth. I refuse to believe it.
I mean, at the end of the day, sending two hobbits
It's
into
a giant flying
spider's
eyeball.
cave.
Of course, it has laser vision.
Giant spider's cave. The hobbits had to go through. They had to trust the most devious person on Middle Earth trying to get the ring back because they had no other options. He set them up for failure with no plan, just to get out there.
They set them up for failure, but they succeeded. They succeeded. They went there. It was a high-risk operation, but it was the only operation they could do on a short schedule. And by the way, Gandalf's the only one taking a leadership position here. I don't see any of those tiny fat hobbits going out there saying, you know what, maybe I should be head of HR. You know, maybe we should reform this, XYZ. The elves didn't take leadership. They ran away. They were ready to flee the continent and let everybody get genocided. Gandalf, you know, he might not be the best person for the job, but he was the only one with the willingness to take the job, to take the responsibility, to put it on his shoulders, make something up, and then he got it done. Middle Earth got saved, and it's due to the great work of Gandalf the Grey, who got remixed into Gandalf the White.
And all of it got done while he just sat back and let his lackeys do it.
Sat back. Okay, didn't he fall to a giant pit with like a flaming, burning monster? I don't know what it's called. Some Democrat or whatever. He falls into the hole with this burning monster, and he's willing to risk his life. He goes through this transformative process. He takes some LSD, some shrooms, and he wakes up and he's like, I've seen some stuff, man. I've seen some stuff. And he's now a better assistant to the team, and he's the one who power maxes the most. Nobody gets as powerful as he does for the late game.
I would compare Gandalf more to a CEO telling his lackeys, his wage slaves, to go out and do the hard work for him, and then he moved on to the next thing. He went and palled around with buddy Sauron.
Off a shooter and fights the demon that's about to kill them all. If a CEO charged an off a shooter, I'm going to give him credit.
He went to his buddy Sauron's house and hung out with him.
Welcome.
Wow.
And what happened? What was the end goal of Karma? He was doing his best to make a coalition so it wouldn't just fall on the hobbits, and now you're blaming him for it.
That was awesome. That was everything I wished for. This was great.
Okay, since I know you assigned Dylan as one of the judges, I would like to take his place for judging this round.
Well, I think we were letting Confluence judge. And we have Cleaner as a judge, and where's my third judge?
He was going to be Dylan, and then Kel was going to debate.
No, it's Confluence. Confluence was going to be
Confluence and Cleaner, and then the third one was supposed to be Dylan, I think.
Yeah,
and then he's trying to take Dylan's spot for that.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Kel, what did you think? Who won this one?
I wasn't watching this one. Sorry. I was gonna cap.
The truth will set you free, I reckon.
Yeah. GG. I started
too. Who was watching that can render a verdict? Confluence, give me your view. Oh boy, we got notes. Your mic is fading. There you go. That's way better.
We can't hear anything. He's muted in the StreamYard.
Yeah, he's
or
muted.
Streamlit, Talk Studio rather.
No, I'm sorry. I'm retarded. Can you hear me now?
Yep,
Yeah.
There we go.
I had myself muted. Okay. Plot twist. Okay. I'm
Bad
sorry about
Verizon
that.
guy.
You guys can hear me now, though?
Yes, we
Yep.
can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. Tyler said in his opening that even in the best reading, Gandalf wasn't good. And that seemed to be uncontested. It seemed like he had many resources. And like, this is someone I read Lord of the Rings when I was like 10 years old. So like take it with a grain of salt. But okay, Dylan, I don't think did a sufficient job to prove that Gandalf didn't have other options. It seemed like he did have other options, and they were just like they were there, and so he took them, and so he threw them. As Tyler said, he threw them into the fray as wolves with zero training. So I would have to side with Tyler on this one. I think that I agree. The hobbits, I don't think they had sufficient training, and I think that Gandalf, he had many options. He had the eagles, he had the Wright brothers of flight ability, he had all the stuff, and he didn't do it. So I will side with Tyler. I don't think that Gandalf considered the lessers. I think he just was CEO maxing, and I think he just is not a good guy. That's my final verdict.
You don't know the lore. Jesus.
Okay. So who did you think won? Clearly,
Tyler.
Tyler. Okay. All right. Cleaner.
Yeah, I think overall they were pretty close. I think that Tyler played just a little bit more timid than he normally does. And so Dylan had a more command structured performance. Like it looked like he had more command over the argumentation. As far as point scoring between everything else, they were neck and neck almost the whole time. The only extra point Tyler got was because in his opening he did make mention of Gandalf, and I didn't really hear a good refutation for Dylan to cancel that point out. So, but Dylan had one extra point above Tyler for the command of the flow and structure of the argumentation. So I believe Dylan got this one.
Okay, so now I need a tiebreaker. So who was paying attention? Emmett, were you paying attention? Castle? Go
Yeah,
with
I was
it.
paying attention.
Oh, you were? All right, so Castle,
Oh,
you go or Emmett?
he's going to go lore on me. I was definitely butchering the lore.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely butchered the lore.
I've read a lot of Tolkien, so I know I did.
Wait, was the fire monster not a Democrat?
The Balrog?
Yes, it is a Democrat.
Balrog. The
But
Balrog was
besides being a
100% Dylan Burns personified.
There's no way that Gandalf has access to the Eagles because
Yeah.
the Eagles are not on command by.
I know that.
Not commanded by Gandalf, so that was a mute point. On my opinion, it was a bad argument. I know Cleaner's gonna be like, but that's not the way it's supposed to go. But I don't care. So yeah, I really thought that you two did a great job. I really enjoyed your arguments, Dylan. I thought it was a little bit better the way you commanded the ideas, and I think he was relying on false information, specifically with the Eagles, to try to set a point that is pretty much debunked if you know anything about the Middle Earth. So I would say, Dylan, you got this one.
Like I said, dishonest and slimy.
I got saved by a Snopes fact check. Wow.
Well, yeah, like normally we've got one judge that kind of does fact checking and tit for tatting, and then I'll go through the metrics of the point scoring, the command structuring, and whatnot. And the third judge will typically be like who affected the crowd the most, whether or not they call out fallacies, like different things like that. And so we each have a little bit different metric, but pretty much within the same realm of scoring,
Yeah. Yeah, we've kind of lost Anson as a judge on Friday nights. He has his son, so he has responsibilities. So
it was a good debate. I really enjoyed both.
I thought it was it was great, but neither one of you made any reference to Jimmy Kimmel at all.
I mean, Tyler, I really think you could have blown him out of the water by just going like, I mean, Gandalf grabbed these dudes that had no fucking clue what they were doing and was like, because I feel like you should go on an adventure, Fuck y'all, go.
It's gonna be a great adventure,
Hey,
guys. He sold it
Good
to him.
intuition
He
is
sold
one of the
them.
best leadership qualities.
He
He picked
sold
the right
them
hobbit.
beachfront property in Arizona, and they bought every bit of it. They bought it.
Poor Sam had to die twice.
Am I staying up or going out?
Nah, we'll stay up. I don't care. What time is it? You guys know. Dude, we only got like 40 minutes left because I turned into a pumpkin at 11.
I can start judging too if you want.
Yeah. This has been great tonight, though, man. So you guys don't understand, man. Like, we had the whole thing that happened last week, and then with Charlie Kirk, and then all of the people that have just been going on and on and on about it on both sides. It's just so tiring, and just haven't really had any I just haven't had any
normal talk.
Yeah. Just fuck around, man. All right, who wants to go next? Now that you understand what you're getting yourself into,
I'll go if you can give me like a not too.
Yeah, great. Can I caveat? If you do pick me, I'm like on if aliens are real level. I really can't go into anything deeper than that. My knowledge on these topics.
That'd be a good debate, Preston.
I mean, yeah,
We're allowed to
okay.
bullshit our way through it, right?
I got you, bro. I got you.
All right.
I'm going to
All
do
right.
Castle and Kel, and I think this should be the prompt. Was the destruction of Alderaan by the Death Star a justifiable act of war to maintain Imperial order? Dylan's like, damn it, I wanted this one.
In layman's terms,
That's
is the
Captain
use of
Kirk
explosive
show, right?
drones to destroy buildings that civilians may or may not be in a useful tactic of war, or is it a war crime?
Wait. Saying may or may not when you're talking about Alderaan, which absolutely had majority civilians. Like this was an entire planet of people.
Well, but the Empire considered the
entirely
entire
civilians.
planet corrupt. So
Well, that's the argument that
thing
has
is,
to be made. I won this one a couple of weeks ago.
I know you did.
No, it looked like the planet had a gun
I
to
just
me.
wanted to make sure the layman's framing was accurate.
Well, also in the layman's framing, you should also be accurate in the fact that it's the government's responsibility to take care of the civilians, and the government entered them into the war. So,
whoever's arguing the affirmative, you're defending Israel right now. I'm judging you.
Whatever Grid just said sounded like Chinese to me. None of that even registered.
Okay, so I'll take the.
Well,
I don't even know what I'm taking.
I'll take the affirmative. You basically are defending Israel's tactics.
I will take ancient history for 500, Alex.
Oh my god! All right, say the prompt one more time so I can at least try to come up with.
I mean, I can find another prompt. Give me a second. I got.
I was like, that one's tough. That's an uphill battle right now.
Yeah,
it's an uphill battle. I think it's like really clear. I mean, all right.
Yes, but if you're not like at all familiar with Star Wars and the underlying politics, then you have no idea. So
Right, I
don't
would just
blame
make
them.
a fool of myself.
Was Palpatine's rise to power a failure of the Galactic Senate's bureaucracy rather than his own cunning?
Yeah, because that's not deeper than the last one.
Like that, like now you're getting into prequel territory. That's evil.
But I mean, all right. So let me word it differently. Was Trump's rise to power a failure?
Yeah,
of the Democrat Party?
I will say yes. I will take the affirmative on that one if you're down.
I mean, I would kind of take the.
I mean, you'd actually, to really do it prompt right, you'd have to know the lore. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a second.
You guys
I'll
haven't
find
heard
one where
the
you don't
tragedy
have
of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
My God.
Only once.
Oh man.
He had powers
God,
that
some
some
of
considered
these are just like
unnatural.
some of these.
Tyler,
are-
I think I know like 3 Star Wars characters at most.
All right, what you guys good with Star Trek?
No.
Jar Jar Binks the best.
What if you had like
Jedi.
one that you named had like a normal ass debate prompt?
A normal ass debate. I don't. First of all, I try not to have debates on asses, personally. But
I mean, I think there's plenty of debate about donkeys versus mules. You know.
Sure. Yeah. That's fair. All right. Let me. I have
the best
more. Where's my
Jedi.
fucking thing? All right, give me a minute. This is interesting. I mean, the thing is that you can apply like what's going on and not have in our world, in our current environment, and not even have to touch the lore or anything. So.
Did Mufasa fail the Lion Kingdom by letting Scar stay in the high circle of power?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll take that one. Let's go.
Everybody's ready to go, man. Everybody's like, oh, I like that one. Except the
everyone's seen the Lion King.
I've seen, yeah, I definitely know the Lion
Yeah,
King.
yeah.
If someone else is like
I
super
did.
passionate about that one,
I went
then-
to see the Lion King in theater with a twin sister.
Yeah,
I
then
didn't
why
know
you
for
guys get
sure
that
which one it was, but it didn't matter because
Did you
they
do
were
the popcorn
twins, so
trick?
they were cute.
The popcorn trick?
Yeah, you cut a hole in the bottom of the popcorn and stick it in there.
No. No.
Where do you come up with this stuff? Is that in leftist liberal handbook?
That's
that
from the Man Show.
That was very much
Yeah,
like
Man Show. Don't you know who Jimmy Kimmel is?
I actually,
I did.
I'm going to be
I
honest
did
with
know
you.
who
The
he
only
was.
reason I know who Jimmy Kimmel is because of Adam Carolla. And once Adam Carolla told him to fuck off, I never thought about Jimmy Kimmel ever again. Like I
Who is
just
funnier, Jimmy Kimmel or Jar Jar Binks?
Jar Jar Binks.
well, who makes more sense?
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, it's just an accent. That's all.
All right. Let me hold on. Let me
Who has a better chance of getting a girl?
Jar Jar Binks.
Binks.
Oh man, let me.
I think Sarah Silverman's attractive.
Let's see.
I mean, yeah, as long as she doesn't open her mouth.
Oh no, that's too much. That's no. No, that's we're too. This is tough. Most influential character throughout the entirety of Star Wars: Palpatine, Vader, Anakin, Luke, or R2-D2.
Like based on the universe, or like from the
R2-D2 is a mass murderer. I don't know if he's all that influential though.
Oh no!
Doesn't have to be positive.
That bot is the most influential fucker in the whole Star Wars universe.
He's in every one of them, and he always does like the coolest shit.
Yeah,
he's like a nerd for 2 of the movies.
Like C-3PO, go with him. He's the weakest.
If people feel passionate about this topic, I say go ahead and take them.
Yeah.
We're
Feel
on
free
time,
to
you know?
have Star Wars fans take this.
Yeah, just they can go.
I got a good one. All right.
Okay.
Original Star Trek Kirk versus new reboot movies Kirk. Which one is the stronger captain?
I will gladly take that one.
Okay.
I could go on your side with it
Kel
too.
to be left out. I don't want Castle Kel to be left out.
Fair enough.
You gonna let me do this one?
If they take this one, maybe I can think of something.
All right. We'll do, all right. So who wants to go opposite?
Ancom.
Oh, by the way, do you cam up?
No, not tonight.
Okay. Normally we require that, but they'll be all right tonight because we're just fucking around anyway.
What are you so afraid of?
I mean, if you give me 5 minutes, I can cam up. It's just a pain in the ass.
That's all right.
We're
playing with, we're on short time here. All right. So who wants to go against the ANCAP communist guy? He's not really.
Oh God! But like, if Fabian were here right now, he would be absolutely fucking raging that you just called me an end cap.
No,
he's home with the flu right now.
He is. He's trying to save himself so he can have a. Well, maybe is he debating tonight or was it tomorrow night that he was going to do the? He's got a debate with I forget who, but it's over on Sarah's. Nobody wants this one against the comic guy.
Comic.
Nobody.
Cleaner, you don't want this?
Yeah, but he's got me stuck in a judge spot.
I'll take your judge spot.
Yeah.
You're already a judge. You can't double judge.
Me, Confluence, and Kel.
I tell you what, Emmett can be the judge. Dylan can be the other judge. You can be the judge, and we'll do. I'll let Cleaner have some fun. All right, we're gonna kick everybody to the back. You guys go back. Don't get drunk back there. I know you guys. Emmett, you gotta go back to the back.
Get drunk up here.
Right, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And Castle, you go back. Confluence. And then who else isn't supposed to be? Oh, you. All right. There we go. Perfect. Are you guys define your prompt for me just so I make sure that I have it?
We're doing the Kirk one?
Yeah.
Well, which is the better Kirk?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Which Kirk was a better captain, I think.
Which was a better captain? Okay.
Yeah.
Which was what it boiled down to. So
right.
it's
okay.
between original series 60s Kirk, played by Bill Shatner, and the 2009 Kirk, played by Chris Pine.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, I got it. So
I would gladly flip a coin on this. I think I can argue both sides. So if you have a preference, go ahead. But otherwise, I'm happy to flip a coin.
I don't really. I'll go with the new one just so we don't have to bother with flipping a coin.
Okay.
I'll say I'll even. Would you rather have the affirmative or the refutation side?
Well, I mean, it's not so much affirmative versus refutation. It's, old Kirk versus new Kirk. So if you want to take new Kirk, I'll take old Kirk.
Cool.
All right. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Yeah.
All right. Cleaner is going first. Just start talking, and I'll start the clock.
All right. So Chris Pine, the new Kirk, he showed that through all of his actions leading up to him becoming the captain, he is literally going through the actions of earning his place of being the captain, not just the same stuff that the old Kirk had to do, which they made mention of throughout the movies, but also he wasn't in the old Kirk's position because of a couple of little hiccups in the timeline. So he had to earn his position. Then after he earned his position, he went on and defeated genetic aberrations that were supermen, stood toe-to-toe with the new version of Klingons, which were way more warlike than the old ones, went on and did all these other things that the old Kirk also did on top of that. So I would say that overall, he showed he was a better captain.
Okay, and that was perfectly timed. Just start talking when you're ready.
So the 1960s Kirk, played by Bill Shatner, demonstrated all of the major qualities of a leader. It showed that his ability for diplomacy and that he was able to solve multiple situations without any violence whatsoever. It showed his ability to commit violence when absolutely necessary, especially as shown when he was forcibly beamed down to a planet to fight a Gorn and ultimately spared his life, gaining him gaining him the esteem of the super beings that sent him there. He just overall showed all of the main attributes being a captain and being a leader require, whereas the Pine Kirk mostly just relied on his ability to do violence.
And you had 8 seconds left. That was awesome. All right, guys. Just let me know when you're ready.
So I think that I think that you touched on 3 points which are pretty good: diplomacy, violence when necessary, and merciful. But I mean, both captains showed mercy towards opposition that didn't necessarily deserve it. Both captains showed diplomacy through the things that they did throughout the TV series, obviously with the original, and then throughout the movies with the new one. The diplomacy that was really shown in the new one was more with the Romulans, in the first one when they were going through the gambit with the Romulans, and he was trying to talk them down, and he was able to sway a couple of them. But I mean, that's like when you're talking about a Romulan, that's really hard to do. You know, that's not. It's not just like
necessarily. I mean, like yes, we're when we're talking about with the Narada, yeah, like there was a lot of easy shit for him to call upon, but he mainly got that knowledge from future Spock, and both future and present Spock were far more instrumental toward getting to that resolution with the Narada than Kirk's skills were. Whereas in the old series, yes, he relied a lot on Kirk and on Spock and Bones, but it was his own ability to negotiate with these incredible powers. He fought with gods and demons and everything in between, and most of the time he relied on his own wit and his own skill to deal with those situations. Yes, he utilized his colleagues in a good way, but ultimately it was him knowing how to use those resources that got them through those problems. I think they backburnered his leadership abilities too much in the new movies and made him more reliant on that backup than he really should have been.
Well, I think if you're going to talk about utilizing resources appropriately, and I'm glad that you brought up the whole Spock mind melding with him and giving him information from the other timeline thing, because that just shows that he had even more information to work with, and so he would necessarily have a better understanding of things moving forward. He would be a better equipped captain. But also he utilized resources in a little bit better way than what we saw the original Kirk do. When the whole radiation thing was going down and the Enterprise was about to be destroyed, Captain Kirk, knowing that his science officer was better equipped to continue restoring the Enterprise and getting people home than he was, decided that he would go into the core and reset it himself, kicking it back into place. Little different from how the original went, but instead of Spock going in there, and they even understood at the end the duality and the irony of each of them being on the opposite side of the glass from the original timeline. Even though Spock didn't understand the original timeline, Kirk had, pre-knowledge from the old Spock. So, I mean, it shows that he's willing to sacrifice himself to make sure that the best person will be there in charge to get his crew home, which I think is paramount for any captain.
Yeah, but ultimately, I think he also knew that he would have a way out that Spock didn't. So ultimately, he was choosing not to sacrifice himself instead of to sacrifice a resource. Like, there wasn't as much at stake in that situation as there was in the original, where Spock knew that he would effectively be sacrificing himself. Now, not to get into old Spock versus new Spock, but like Spock had the foresight to dump his brain into McCoy, but like that had nothing to do with Kirk's leadership in the scenario. Kirk understood that his colleagues had to damn it.
I don't think that New Kirk really showed. Like, I don't think New Kirk had any idea that the new Spock was going to go and grab the regen blood from the gene mod guy from fucking Kang and put it in him, or Khan or whatever, and put it in him. I don't think he had any pre-knowledge about that. He didn't seem to know that or have any understanding of it when he was laying there against the door, dying, saying goodbye to his friend, And so I don't see that. What I see is, though, he did make the sacrifice. The other thing, though, is he does have all that knowledge from the other Spock about all the different races that are out there. So he's going to be better equipped to try and handle these races moving forward. So that's another reason why I think he's a better captain.
I mean, just because he had better information doesn't necessarily mean that he was a better captain. It's about using the information that you have, not necessarily what you do when you have more information.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. That was really good. Go ahead, Tyler.
All right, so that was, man, you guys turned your points back on each other quite a bit. There was a point there where Ancom was talking about Spock did much more. Kirk's leadership skills were diminished. Is so much more in the new series. Old Kirk relied on Spock, but he did it in ways that he still was able to step up and use his skills of diplomacy and leadership. And then Cleaner turned around and said, like, he had all the resources old Kirk had because of the mind meld. So if anything, he was taking old Kirk and improving on it. There's just kind of like they're saying there's no way he could be inferior because he had all the qualities and some. And then Ancom at the end flipped around one of Cleaner's major points with just because he has better information doesn't necessarily make him a better captain. If anything, he was a worse captain because his leadership qualities were diminished. I thought Cleaner, the point that you had that gave me the win for you was the sacrifice point. Was he didn't tell anyone to do anything that he wouldn't do as his own, and that's what made him a better captain. I think that stood out, and Ancom, his point against it was kind of refuted based on the fact that when Kirk was laying there dying, he wasn't aware that Spock was going to go get the blood or whatever. So I think you had the final point that was refuted, but you guys flipped each other's arguments on each other's heads. That was tough. And if there wasn't that one, I don't know who I would have picked.
Yeah, I will admit, when he got to the sacrifice thing, I'm like, I didn't have a good reputation. I was floundering there. No, that was a really good point. I got to give that to you.
That was a fun one.
Okay. Who is my next judge? Yeah. Well, you can go ahead.
You got to unmute and remute when it pulls you back from backstage this program. Like,
sure. So I was surprised we had such a long debate on Kirk Douglas to begin with. I didn't know he had a space program. Now that I do, I want to say I feel my inner like Teddy Atlas coming on because it felt like somebody talking about somebody developing the skills in a field, being the first one to do it, and then somebody perfecting it. And that's what I felt like a lot of this debate was, definitely on the early stages when we were talking about the old Kirk versus the new Kirk. And I thought there were some decent points brought up by Ancom when talking about him going out there, being diplomatic, being violent, going out on his own. But I think there also needs to be something given to the fact that he's the first one to meet all these like space races, right? Like somebody brought up the Romulans, which again, I'm not a Star Trek aficionado, but I believe they're descended from the Serbians, and those are really hard to do diplomacy with. So being able to pull that off is tremendously impressive. But again, I have to say, the point about sacrifice, it really was good. And I didn't hear anything counterfired to that. And so while I, in my heart of hearts, is usually like, I like somebody who's a trailblazer than somebody who comes afterwards and starts sharpening the finer points. There was just no good repute to that, and that was.
And I hate the fact that just now I'm remembering at least two different examples where Kirk in the original series went out of his way to sacrifice himself, and I didn't bring that up.
That's a really good point. If you would have pointed out that Kirk was a trailblazer and the one doing it without the model laid out, I was
thinking. I mean, I saw you set up all the points for that, but never stated directly. If you would have stated it directly, I probably would give it to you because I'm very sympathetic to that. But I was never familiar. Kirk Douglas almost died so many times anyway.
Okay, and my third judge this time was.
It was gonna be me.
Yeah.
I really like Cleaner, especially at the beginning. I think you did extremely well when he was giving the other attributes that make him a great captain. You went through all of them, and then you actually demonstrated that he used all the other attributes as well. So I really think that you really dominated the whole debate, not only the beginning. Although he did give good examples and he pushed back on your ideas. From the beginning, you were able to dismantle his argument and provide like the sufficient information. Like when he says, "Well, I just remember that he did sacrifice." That was not the point. The point is, you were saying. Sorry. Yeah, the point Cleaner was saying is like, hey, he did use all of these other attributes, and this is why I believe that he was like perfecting the trade. It was a good debate from both sides. I really think so, but I did think Cleaner winning.
Fair enough. I will take my L there. Thank you for the debate.
I honestly can't believe that no one brought up how many red shirts Kirk allowed to be killed.
Yeah, I was fucking sweating that one. I was really thinking because it was, man. I mean, there had to have been at least 82, 83 of them that just
like at least one an episode in the 60s. Like the worst. You knew you knew which guy wasn't coming back.
Well, okay. Interestingly, the statistics on that actually showed blue shirts got killed the most, not red shirts.
in the original, in the new ones, red shirts were dying fucking left and right, dude.
Oh,
They were
in
falling
the
like
movies,
flies.
yes.
I was thinking you were going to bring that shit up, and I was like, damn, because that's a red shirt's a big thing, you know. I was like, shit, I hope he doesn't say that.
All right.
That's a good point. Well, you know, I definitely still have some shit to improve. So,
yeah,
this was fun. This one was.
Oh
yeah, that was a good one.
If you need to strike me from the panel, I understand.
You can hang out, and if we get back to you, we'll get back to you. If not, normally the way this works is we start out with more people, and then we whittle it down until we have one left at the end of the night. But you know, it's okay. It's a chill night. Red shirts were the original spoiler. That's funny. I think that guy's not coming back.
I think red shirts were the original canary for the miners. You know,
right? Yeah. So, Leth, what is it? Leth or Lethe, or how do you say that? Lethe. Okay, gotcha. I like to say people's names correctly. It's just respectful. So, what were your positions at? What do you? What do you consider yourself? How do you look at things?
I'm your average run-of-the-mill liberal.
Oh, cool. You and Dylan and Castle all in a row?
I wouldn't say he's average. I would say he's actually a little more close in touch with reality than most liberals that will argue on the internet. I watched some of his videos. He's actually a little more based in reality.
He's closer to me than Destiny on the left-wing spectrum, but not
My
quite as
goodness, I feel insulted.
not quite as centrist as I am, but close.
Wait, I thought you were a communist, Tyler.
Yeah, no, I just like regulation.
He just plays one on TV.
Oh
No, I just like communism.
I was confused. I'm sorry. Yeah. So cleaner. It was really tough in that debate you just had.
I'm sorry to say this. I have to head out. It's like it's 6:49 a.m. where I'm at, and I took a long bus ride to get to Kiev, so I want to make sure I can relax a little bit before I get
man.
to work.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joe. Hey, at least you got a cool debate in, and it was cool to hang out with you, man. I'm glad you were here.
It was nice hanging out with you guys
Good
too.
seeing you again, Dylan.
You all have a good weekend, okay? Don't work too hard, and spend some nice time with your family.
Well, I'm going to play you really hard this weekend is what I'm going to do. So.
Stay safe. Have a good one.
Yeah, stay safe, buddy.
Bye.
Yep. See you, man. And then there was Les.
I will head out as well. I came here. My job is done.
I see.
You came here to hand me my fucking.
Greg's about to turn into a pumpkin anyway.
Good man.
All
Good
right,
man.
You're gonna have to send me the why.
You wanna? I will. Oh, okay. I will. I will do it.
Send that to me because I have no fucking clue what you guys are, or what the deal is there. But that's cool. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do it. I need to get Leafy and Cassell and Confluence to debate, and then we've got everybody's had a debate tonight, and they'll have a great time. So that'll be great. It'll be cool.
I have to finish the short. I already finished the video, so I came here once the video was rendering, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna be done. But I have to. I'll be seeing you. Sure.
Yeah. All right, man. We'll we need to talk, man, for sure. Yeah, and the stuff you put out is awesome. It's great. So,
okay. Yeah.
Watch out for finger cramps.
I don't have his walk on, walk off song keyed up, but it's in spirit. It's in spirit.
I'll be seeing you. Have a good one.
All right. See you, Emmett. Thanks for coming on, man.
So I wanted to comment on that debate you did, Cleaner, because you had a really tough position because in the chronology, the new Kirk is the old Kirk, except for the fact that he was raised without a father. So he's basically the feminist loser modern male version of Kirk, who's slightly less masculine and kind of emotionally dysregulated because he didn't have a man around growing up, right? And so I would have just attacked you on the grounds of that, or and another thing that y'all didn't really hit on was the fact that hitting on the actual actors, right? Because William Shatner sucks as an actor, right? His only methodology is pausing for absolutely no reason in the middle of his sentences, right? And so you could have just said, look, Chris Pine's an actual actor. Kirk was kind of a joke, right? I mean, you could have gone down that route. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff y'all could have done. But anyway, that was super exciting. I was very excited about that debate.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
I would have countered the Shatner position by saying he's an actor who actually got worse over time. He was worse in the movies than he was in the original series.
I was actually kind of hoping he did bring up the mom and the dad not being around and all that, and trying to play it off as like this.
No, because I'm not a sexist piece of shit.
Well, the thing is, though, you never know. I mean, in an argument,
we don't know that.
But I had a really good reputation for that one. It's like the new Kirk shows the ultimate thing that men are taught to do for the people they love and care about, which is to sacrifice for them. And he did that a couple of times throughout the series. Once completely laying his own life down for his best of friends, who he knew would be able to make sure that his crew, his family, got home. But then also earlier, I think it was in the next one, when he was on the transport fighting and he almost got blown the fuck away. Like, he went there as opposed to letting somebody else go there so that they wouldn't be put in harm's way. And it was like, I mean, so I think that's a manly thing to do, to put yourself in that position rather than somebody else that you care about. I think that's a manly thing to do. So the feminist side wouldn't really,
So you're making the argument that men are supposed to sacrifice for everybody. That's a super feminist.
No, not for
argument.
everybody.
You're like, oh, it's the man.
Not for everybody. Not for everybody. Only for the people they care about. I specifically said for the people they care about.
Commander, you should. Yeah, I mean, it's the captain goes down with the ship, Anson. Come on. That's
one thing that New Kirk and Old Kirk definitely had in common is they both got to fuck a whole lot.
Yeah, no shit.
True. I'll give you that.
Neither one of you went DGen either. There was so much room. So we can have that debate. We can have that prompt again because there's enough room there. There's enough meat left on the bone. But let's talk. Let's see. On the one hand, I'm tempted to do Castle versus Lethe for some left-on-left violence. That would be fun. But then I got Confluence down there with all of the confidence of a Confluence. And he and Lethe look like they just need to go at each other. I'm just not sure what on. And I'm actually, we may talk, because are you guys sci-fi guys?
I'm not, but can I suggest a topic?
You may suggest a topic, sir.
Okay, so this is like the one topic I know about. Okay, so bioessentialism in gaming. Okay, so like in D&D and RPGs, goblins are treated in a ratio essentialist way. Right? Yeah. They're treated as racial inferior, and I think that has outward consequences.
Right? Yeah, gnomes have the superior racials, even though they're tiny little creatures. Right? Like why is that? Why is that a thing?
Yeah. So
what? You're going now we're going World of Warcraft here, baby. What's up?
We can go in all directions.
But like when it comes to mating, I don't think gnomes really have the big end of the stick there.
Well, probably not.
It's gnomes versus goblins. They got the same size.
Gnomes started as fucking machines and were given the curse of flesh by the old gods, guys. Don't you try my WoW now.
I'll need to stop that.
Oh, man.
Lethe, what do you think? Bioessentialism in gaming?
I'm about it.
I just want to respond to something Tyler said. They started as fucking machines. They ended fucking machines.
I knew it.
I
knew that it was because nobody can resist that setup.
That's good.
I'm gonna stick all you guys in the back. We're gonna have some fun. This is gonna be a good one for tonight. It's gonna be great. And we had somebody else join right as I'm putting everybody in the back. So that's going to be good. Castle, you go to the back. Confluence, you stay. Letha, you stay. That nerd goes. And there we go. All right. I get to call everybody nerds. It's really great because it's Nerd Wars. All right. Can we clearly define the prompt so that you guys don't talk past each other?
What about bioessentialism in gaming is harmful? Or race realism in gaming is harmful?
Yeah, I was
Whatever.
basically going to say it's definitely harmful, and I would say that it is.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That means we're on the same side. Okay, I'll argue against you. That's fine. Okay, I'll take
I can try to take the other end of it, but it's against my liberal values.
Yeah.
Right. He can't use his victim blaming skills if he takes the other side. So, all right. All right, guys, I'm going to give you each 1 minute. Who has the affirmative here? Because I'm not sure.
That guy does if he wants to go against me.
All right, Letha, I'll give you a minute to think about your opening, and then when you're ready, just start speaking, and I'll start the clock.
We're good to go.
Okay.
So all the beings in these universes are the favored and usually the fairer skin. So especially when you look at the characters like the Drow, who are relegated to the Underdark and viewed as horrible all the way around with their Queen Varank all by themselves. Same thing goes with the goblins. This is a systemic problem because they're not allowed or afforded any of the abilities that any of the characters or the races that are viewed as good or blessed by whatever god they think is better. So they're going to demonize these other races and remove opportunities from them, disallowing them to be able to be productive in the realms.
Okay, 20 seconds left. That's awesome. All right, whenever you're ready, Confluence.
Okay, I think certain beings in a fantasy universe are going to be portrayed as cartoonishly evil, and I don't think that has any repercussions on real life at all. I think we all know that in an RPG universe, it's not connected to any real life race or any type of person. So I think when we have like drows being evil, that is purely in a fantasy setting that has nothing to do with real life racism. So bioessentialism in gaming, I think, is perfectly fine because they are by definition subhuman, whereas in the racial sphere, races are not subhuman. So I think it's totally fine in the gaming world to have things that are cartoonishly evil because that gives you a foil to fight against. In real life, it's not okay because, again, we are all the human species. So there is a big dichotomy between those two things.
What? So do we
awesome.
go back and
all
forth
right.
now?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me set this 5 minutes on the clock, and one of you guys just start speaking, and I'll start it.
So,
okay, so
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And understanding that people tend to work from what they understand in their own minds, you would understand that people are going to put different stereotypes onto these fantasy races. So like, especially with the orcs in, what was it, The Lord of the Rings, people view them as black people for the most part. Same thing when you get down to gnomes, they view them as Jewish people.
But
so we're going to do this.
Okay. But do you actually think that? Like, I've heard this before, but do you actually think anyone sees like orcs and thinks of black people? Because as a white Caucasian man myself, I have never thought that in my life. That to me is absurd. To me is completely relegated to a fantasy setting, and I would never apply it to real life. Do you feel that it would be applied to real life?
It absolutely is, and that's very progressive of you not to think so. For people that have these views to begin with and want to look at certain races as being inferior, to actually have them be inferior in the world that you're playing in and be able to treat them as such is a little interesting.
Okay, I guess. Well, okay, I guess the difference I would say is that like you have like interracial creation, right? In real life, right? We're all a part of the human species. Any race can mate with another race and create interracial offspring, right? But in the fantasy realm, it depends on like what race you are and if you can create that. So there's different. The races are like not the same. They're not conjugate with human races, and I don't see how you can make that argument. They're so differentiated that I don't see how they would be the same species even.
Oh, they're not treated as the same species, because if you look at the half elves, they get treated like trash compared to the high elves.
Right.
So,
well, then how is that tangent to bioessentialism, because if they're a different species, that's like us looking at like a horse or like a donkey or like a cat. I mean, we should still show compassion, but that's not the same. That's not the same as like racism in the real world, right? Because we're all in the real world, we're all the same species. In the fantasy world, we're not.
And you're compelled, even within this fantasy world and amongst ourselves, to treat them as such. So you're not going to give the same prices at the shop to a race that you feel is inferior or that you don't trust. You're not going to want to do business with.
But it's not a race. I think there's a semantic overload with the term race, because when we use the term race, we mean like Asian, indigenous, white person. But when we use this in a fantasy setting, we mean like high elf or drow or a goblin. Like they're not the same thing. So I would say there's no harm done, because we're not talking on the same level when we're talking about like race in real life versus like species in a fantasy setting.
So like for goblins, they're just treated as raging maniacs, and I wouldn't say there's like a particular racial archetype that anybody puts toward that, but I would say orcs definitely get the bad end of the stick, and drow is another one that's particularly bad. So like in the instance of like a character like Drizzt, he's already going to be treated poorly, and he's viewed as basically an unfavored race. And I think we look at this in our own interpersonal, because like what informs these worlds but the way we think in real life.
Right, but again, I feel like there's semantic overload, because like, do we mean race in the same way that we mean race as like you and me talking right now? Do we mean like the human race? Again, in a fantasy setting, we're talking about like people of like absolute different species levels. So like, can you not have, again, for the purpose of a narrative storytelling, can you not have a race or a species that's like inherently evil? Does that not give kind of like, but do we have to add, I guess, like postmodern dialectics into everything, into gaming culture, into everything? Does it really harm people in real life? If you and me are actually playing a game, does it actually harm people to have like the drows be evil? Does that actually cause physical harm?
I think ultimately, if more people played and had those thoughts, yes, it absolutely would, because it would be pretty much a 1-to-1 when it comes down to races or ethnicities. Like it just is what it is. People don't view them as outside of any race. Like as long as they speak English and they can interact with each other, they don't really view them as differentiated in this way.
But then wouldn't you think that the average like D&D player would be statistically more racist than the average non-D&D player? Because the people who play D&D agree with this bioessentialism, because that's like that's since the creators made the whole dungeon manual, since they did everything right, it's embedded into the system. So wouldn't you expect to see a differentiation between the people who play D&D and the people who don't play D&D? But I would argue you don't see that.
Do you see
Yeah, I would definitely need to see some studies on how racist D&D players tend to be on average. I have no idea.
Me neither, brother.
Wow.
See, I was thinking at the very end there, like, I've met some really fucking racist D&D players.
I've met some racist non-D&D players, though. Counterpoint.
This man.
Wait, what? What about counterpoint?
You just said Connor's racist.
I said I've met people who don't play D&D who are very racist.
I think he meant counterpoint, literally, like counterpoint.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he called counterpoint.
Not the human counterpoint. Yeah.
Wow, is there like a hidden meaning there that
Point, counterpoint,
that assumption? I don't know. All right, let's get to the judges. Cleaner, start with you.
Yeah, I thought this was actually pretty good. It was pretty close for the most part, except when they started meandering between race theory versus species theory. And I think really the way that a lot of people try and frame, or at least a lot of people in social sphere try to frame race, it is almost as if they're saying people are of different species. So I think they're pretty close to the same thing when you're moving them over to a video game. But I do like the fact that Lethe pointed out that there are distinct differences with the races, and within that, it's shown in the game, and he doesn't think that that's an appropriate thing. Now, whether or not I agree with him saying it's appropriate or not, totally different story. But the fact that he pointed out, look, this race pairs to that one, this race pairs to that one, this race pairs to that one, so it does seem to be like they are showing this form of what's in reality in the game, and that kind of negated Confluent's point where he was the 2 or 3 minute explanation of reality versus fiction. And I thought that was a really strong way to do that. That's something a lot of people don't do whenever they approach an argument like this, like bring general understanding, which could get you called on a fallacy, because it is a fallacy to use general understanding. However, to use it in a factual way that you can see represented in a game versus on reality. And so I thought that was a really masterful way to approach that attack. I gave it to Lethe, and it was by 1 point. It was 9 on Confluence and 10 on Lethe. Good job, guys. That was fun.
Thank you.
All right, Tyler.
I was a little less kind to Confluence on this one. So your argument started out, and you kind of started out with a really strong intro, and then you basically went into his territory where he wanted the argument to be, and he kept you there for 3.5 minutes. You didn't get back to your argument until like toward the end of the debate, and you just started laying down the groundwork where he was already had his groundwork down, was giving examples, as Cleaner said, and relating directly to one, showing you the parallel. So the half-race elves thing was like, oh, damn, he got you there. And on top of that, you didn't give any examples. Like, if you would have come in there and been like, look, in a lot of these, like, if you look at the history of, we can stick with World of Warcraft, I go back to Lord of the Rings. The orcs were created by an evil entity that meant to do evil, and they were set to do evil. Like, they are the embodiment of evil. They're not supposed to be anything that you parallel to reality, and you need to give those kind of, and you could have used WoW, or you could have used whatever the hell you wanted, but these things were created to be a vessel of evil. It's not the same thing. And even also brought up, like, in a lot of these games and whatnot, humans are generally together. Their race doesn't, like, their race, the way we use it in real life, doesn't matter at all. They're all just humans. So if anything, there's more racial harmony between what we consider race, and that is already so far past the lore is just accepted that, like, there's not, you know, you don't see racism against black or white people in fantasy. They're all one group against the orcs. It shows. You could have gone and undercut him several ways, and instead you got bogged down in his argument. He kept you there. I had him up on you like 3 or 4 points. You got to treat it like with attacks. You got to treat it like box and stick and move, stick and move.
And Anson.
Yeah, so this was actually super tough for me because I had no idea what the topic was at the start. And luckily, neither one of you made any sense during the debate, and I still don't know what the hell you were talking about. So I judged it based solely on what I thought was the crux of the argument around the thing that I don't understand, which is Confluence was saying that video games are not reality. And from my perspective, the only thing that Lethe had to say that to combat that is it is what it is, right? So Lethe, your argument sucked. I have no idea what you were arguing, but it sucked. And Confluence, you win. But I did that, and I scored you both 5 points each. And this is all qualitative because if I don't understand what you're debating, then you've done a really bad job of getting your message across for anyone to understand what the hell is going on and supporting a worldview. So y'all both sucked. But Confluence, you won.
I really wanted to get into Chang and community doing blackface as a drow.
What's interesting? So I guess what's interesting to me on this is not one time, Confluence, did you just simply say, but diversity is the biggest part of it. Like, you have to have these differences, or otherwise it's just all the same character, right? And I also really was shocked that you didn't take it kind of into the realm of, well, even though, you know, in depending on which specific game you're talking about, you know, if you're if you're talking about D&D, the orcs were not created; they were corrupted, but they were not created. You know, you have to get into World of Warcraft, where they were created by an evil entity. Or
they drink demon blood as well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so you have to. I mean, you didn't get into like any of that, and the other thing is that I'm not really sure that we should equate green people to which I think most orcs are typically equated to be green or ochre colored. It was weird a little bit. Both of your arguments were really weird because you seem to zone in on this thing that was very highly specific for no real good reason.
I don't have the lore to back anything I say up. I just
all right. I got you. All right, yeah. I was like, what? Where? What? Wait, what? They weren't created in World of Warcraft. What were they in World of Warcraft? Were they corrupted from another race, or were they just?
No, they just evolved from another race called the Draenei.
I got you. Okay.
Never even heard of that, Tyler.
Oh, I go way in, dog. Another race that was the what the fuck were they called?
And really, what you should have been talking about with the racials is how does it make sense that a gnome, specifically a female gnome, is a more powerful character than a human wizard, right? Or a human fighter, or whatever, whatever. I mean, it just how does that? Why is that a thing? Like, why is it more beneficial to
is
play?
That a thing?
Yeah. I think
gnomes have racial advantages, but they also have racial detriments that humans don't have. So
sure,
like
there we go.
It's entirely dependent on how you craft your character.
Yeah, sounds racist to me.
Well, yeah, but see, here's one point to that though. A gnomish rogue way more powerful than a human rogue, but a gnomish rogue could really only stab someone up to like, I don't know, the thigh, whereas a human rogue could quite easily hit the spine up near the head.
Cleaner, what about a gnomish? What about a gnomish wizard?
Jump? Are you kidding
me? At the end of the day,
you got the square cube law. I mean, those fuckers can jump.
At the end of the day, humans are always the best in World of Warcraft because they have a built-in PvP trinket. We're done.
I mean, it was just a very. This was such a weird discussion to have. A Confluence. I mean. You did yourself in.
Look, I don't know the lore, Grid. Okay,
I know. Which was why it was so weird that you picked it as a topic. I'm like, why is he doing this?
Didn't even know.
Was I the only one that felt that way? Was I the only one that was like, why is Confluence arguing this? Because you weren't arguing any like.
I didn't want to go into the lore.
Leafy's been around some nerds.
The other stuff.
That man has been around some nerds. He's talking about the drow. Now the drow were interestingly enough in some lore. The drow are white, pale, pasty-ass creatures. In other lore, they're black as night.
So I mean, too into the weeds for me. I feel like this was unfair. Okay.
Yeah, well, from a biological perspective, it actually makes more sense for drow to be like pasty white because they have no sunlight in the underdark.
Right.
Specify any game. Okay, I just want to be
I had no idea what we were arguing about until I got his opening. I'm like, oh, he's not talking about in the game world. He's talking about in real life. Let me switch up my argument.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't mean any specific game. Okay, I don't know any lore. Okay, forget everything you heard.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was very confused. Like, why did he pick this? This is not. It's not good. But anyway,
Nerd Night, man, you could pick anything sci-fi, anything.
I know nothing.
Nerd
Cleaner,
Night.
I don't know anything sci-fi. Okay, I did my best. Okay.
Have you ever watched an anime?
Confluence.
I watched Demon Slayer. Does that count as sci-fi? I should have gone with Demon Slayer.
should have gone with I would argue with you on Demon Slayer. When he said that he thinks that orcs represent black people, you should have called him a racist.
I don't know enough, Tyler. I just don't.
I think
I just accepted what he said. In fact, that was so infuriating. He's like, the drow are black and so are the orcs, and I'm like, no, they weren't. What are you talking about?
I don't know that.
Okay, the orcs in Lord of the Rings were a lot darker, so the Uruk-hai were were kind of black people in Tolkien's.
Well, I
They
mean,
were half and half.
when you get into when you
because-
get into like the
no.
Dragonland stuff, and you get into where the dark elves, the Drow there, and when you get into the Weiss and Hickman sphere, they were all pasty as fuck.
So it
right?
sounds like
they were-
reasonable people can disagree on like the races. Am I right? Like,
Well, yeah, no, the
there's no
token
way to
orcs, like people
Although-
try to say they're black,
Although
but they're not
when
black.
you were going
right,
when you
who's
were going
wrong?
with
I mean,
No,
it's like
token
up
orcs
in
aren't
the
black.
air.
Token
when you
orcs
were
is
going
the
with the
equivalent of black
species
people,
thing, and
because
Leafy
the
brought up
token orcs-
half elves, I'm like,
the token
y'all
orcs
should have
were
gone with the
chaotic
fucking
evil.
species concepts.
Like
Yeah.
token orcs are chaotic evil. They were not like neutral. And I would
They
say
were
that
corrupted
black people,
humans. Were the
black people
They're
in
neutral.
reality are neutral, just like everybody else. We come out neutral, you know.
This is Praetor natural
I mean,
knowledge.
that's not what
you
Fox
know,
News
and,
says, but
like,
I'll agree with
unfair.
you.
Well, fuck Fox News.
what do we got going on?
Hey, Grid, can I ask you something?
I'm-
My husband wants to come on because he's a nerd and he would like to talk nerd stuff with all of you guys because he knows a lot more sci-fi than I do.
Okay.
And he's got a lot more to say than I have. But, you know, it's on my channel. So I just wanted to ask if it was okay with you.
Doesn't Castle still?
Everybody can come up
And
tonight.
Tom
I don't
Bones,
except
I
for
would have
Ryan.
argued with you that Muzan is the biggest bag fumbler in all of villain
All right.
history.
Well, I'm going to move the
I
camera
agree.
and hand over to Kevin.
I agree with that, brother. We're on the same page.
Oh no, again.
Right, the only person that can't come up tonight is Ryan because I don't like him.
I just met him last week. Dude seems awesome.
I feel like we should bring Ryan up. Okay. Am I the only one? I don't even know who Ryan is.
You
but
are
I just
the only
feel
one.
like-
Yeah, I know. I'm like,
Ryan, aka Radical Coder. I think he's a cool guy, but you know, if Grid doesn't want him on the stream,
How in the world can you think he's a cool guy? Like,
I kind of like him too. I like
mean,
him.
I've watched him for a bit. I was just on his panel earlier tonight.
The
and
only
interacted with
reason
him.
that he-
I saw no issues with him.
yeah, the only reason that some people let him on their show is so that they can get paid money to have him kicked off.
Well, he's
Great,
on the
do
Raging
it.
Tomato.
Great, do it. Get paid
No,
money.
there are other shows
Job.
too that do the same thing. And I just, you know, I really tried, and I was like, you know what, I just don't like this guy. Just don't like him.
How bad is this?
And that takes a lot because I don't.
Like-
honestly, I don't care.
I think he's great
I
people.
feel like I
but,
need to
you
know
it's just
now.
me.
How bad could he be?
Yeah, we'll go find out. He's over on the Tomato now.
He's a really good guy. He gets confused sometimes about whether or not he can cuss out your mods. Grid. I mean,
that definitely you cannot be
and-
confused.
I mean,
on.
it's easy to confuse that sometimes. I mean,
Well, yeah.
I've almost done it a couple times. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, there's a certain level of decorum that libtards can't meet. So.
Did you see the video where he's just like so nonchalant? Like, yeah, I did it. I'm like, wait, okay, like you gotta go, bro. Like,
yeah,
you can't be doing that. Like, I don't care. Maybe in somebody else's house, but in my house, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Welcome.
All right, so my handle's Frankie Too Sweet.
Gotcha. Okay, I saw you in the chat earlier.
Yeah. So, as my wife says, I am a giant nerd. I read all the Conan books and comics. The original Conans from 1930s from Robert E. Howard and Weird Tales. I'm an avid Warhammer fan. Warhammer 40K, as you see behind me, the Black Templars, and I'm also a tremendous Star Wars fan. I'm a Revanist, so I love Darth Revan. I believe he's actually the best of all the Jedi and Sith out there, and I will argue with anybody for that. I'm also an Alien vs. Predator fan. And I would like to ask, like, who else knows about Conan?
I know about the '90s cartoon.
The '90s cartoon. Yeah, I remember the '90s cartoon one. That was actually pretty good. It was on Tubi.
He's not my favorite comedian from the '90s, but I really like the show where he was on a ship after Hercules and Xena.
Yeah.
What do you want to argue about Conan? Conan is kind of. I only read a couple of the Conan books, and it's literally been 40 years
Oh.
Okay, I need to know about Primaris. Are you pro or against Primaris Marines?
Primaris Marines?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of pro with the Primaris Marines because of Commander Dante. And that's the only reason why, because all the other Primaris Marines are like, I don't really care for it. It's only for Commander Dante. And the fact that he just wants to fucking die, but he can't, makes it even better.
He wasn't the Primaris.
He wasn't Primaris until after the siege after the I believe was the siege of Baal, where the Tyranids came in, and he almost died from the Tyranids until Sanguinius showed up and said, "Hey, my son, you're gonna have a nice life. Don't be a pussy little bitch. Go live." He's like, "Fuck, all right, I guess I'll live." And then
he's dying, and then he gets possessed by Sanguinius and just becomes a badass, and then he realizes that he has to still leave and gets the implants for the Primaris so he can survive.
So then what's even made it worse was that Gilliman, of all fucking people, was like, "Hey, you're in charge of the other half of the Imperium."
Well, yeah, but I mean, I hate all of the new lore anyway. So if you want, I can debate you on Primaris. I think Primaris are dumb.
I mean, we can on the wholeness of Warhammer if you want to do that, because I'm more of an Imperial instead of the Chaos. The only Chaos faction I like is the Night Lords. Everybody else suck.
Well, I
think you've out-geeked him at that point.
No, I know of these shit, but I don't see a reason why would I want to be Chaos. Like, Chaos sucks.
Yeah, but if you had to choose one, probably one, Space Marine chapter, Space Marine Legion, for me it would be the Carcharodons. For me it would be the Carcharodons, because Lord Tiberus, he's a Primaris for all intents and purposes. He just doesn't have the title, but for all intents and purposes, he's a fucking Primaris.
Well, they are saying that was a loyalist chapter from the Night Lords.
From the Raven Guard.
Well, the official statement is the Raven Guard, but the unofficial is that they're from the Night Lords.
Well, the similarity between the Night Lords and the Carcharodons are a little bit there, because the way they act. So, perfect example was the books, the 3 books here. One book was hold on, I got it right here on my Audible. It's with the Carcharodons and the Night Lords. It's called. Give me one second. Red Tithe. So Red Tithe is literally about a prison planet that basically the Night Lords were heading out to go find a person who was a psyker that the Shadowwraith or the Flayed Father wanted to have demon possessed. And the Carcharodons are heading there for the Red Tithe, which is basically getting troops to fill in their gaps to increase their numbers in the Legion or in their chapter. That was the whole thing about it. And then they met and they clashed. And in the sense the Carcharodons won, the reason why they won is because of how their battle tactics worked, how they moved, and how proficient they were in their weaponry. And the fact that the Pale Nomad, Teka Harangue, in a sense defeated the Flayed Father. And then when Baal Shaw, in a sense, also defeated the Prince of Thorns, they're basically collapsing him down into the ground.
I agree with you. I mean, that's my favorite chapter.
So my second favorite chapter out of the Carcharodons will be the Black Templars.
They're okay.
I mean, look, they're okay. There's nothing like that. No, fuck that. Is that we're going crusading? Well, you can't really have that much people. It's Eternal Crusade.
All right, let's. I got to get Castle a debate here because he hasn't debated yet. I don't want him to feel left out.
Grid, you don't have to. I can judge. It seems like we have people who are way more knowledgeable in this. I don't mind judging, but I appreciate it. If you do want me to debate, I can still debate.
I mean, I can debate Star Wars as well. We could go at Star Wars too.
Oh, you have no idea. I am not. I don't even know half the things about Star Wars. So that's why I'm saying you're way better off.
Anything you nerd out, Casso?
I'm a Lord. I know some Lord of the Rings, but I'm really even like, seeing the movies.
I'm somewhat on Lord of the Rings, like somewhat, but I will contest this: that Robert E. Howard is the father of sword and sorcery. That J.R.R. Tolkien is second to Robert E. Howard. I will contest that, and I will die on that hill. Because we all thought that The Hobbit, was it his first book was The Hobbit, correct?
No, his first book was Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit came later, but it was
Silmarillion.
Okay, but the first book was
Silmarillion
written in the
wasn't
30s,
first
correct?
either. That was a history.
Yeah, but hold on. Was the first book written in the 40s, correct?
Yes. Fellowship of the Ring was written in the 40s, I believe. That's correct.
All right, so then The Phoenix on a Sword by Robert E. Howard was written in 1932. So then I will contest that Robert E. Howard is the father of sword and sorcery. That everything we have right now, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Star Trek, fucking The Witcher, all that came from Robert E. Howard. And he was a genius on that.
I would argue that Star Trek is not included there just because it was not based.
Lord of the Rings wasn't that like the fifth book he wrote or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think The Hobbit came before that, like by like a decade. And I don't even think that was
The Hobbit came after, I thought.
Silmarillion was written before.
I'm just gonna look up the actual.
And then he had other books that he had written before those, though.
I mean, because he was writing towards World War II, because I believe George R.R. Tolkien was involved in World War II in some kind of capacity.
I was incorrect. The Hobbit was his first book, written in 1937. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was written between 1954 and 1955.
All right, so I was right. But then The Phoenix on the Sword was the first in 1932, and Robert E. Howard's last book was The Hour of the Dragon, was written in 1936. I think it was about maybe a month or two before he died.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that necessarily makes him the father of sword and sorcery, though.
I would, and the reason why I say that is because
I wouldn't because Bram Stoker wrote Dracula a long fucking time ago, and there was a whole hell of a lot of sorcery and a whole hell of a lot of fucking swordplay in that.
King Arthur was
he was talking about, he made an actual figure into a vampire. That's what happened. He made an actual figure into a vampire.
Tolkien said that he took inspiration for the characters from people in his life. So all you're saying is that if they take inspiration from real life events, then it's not really a good book. Well, I mean, yeah, all right, then all the Lord of the Rings are shit books too, in your opinion. I mean, by what you're saying.
I wouldn't say they're shit books in my opinion. What I will say is that they're not what everybody says that Lord of the Rings fans said, that they're the beginners and the first of sword and sorcery. No, I would contend that.
I don't know that. I mean, maybe some do, but I think the biggest thing that's said about Lord of the Rings is that it was one of the first books to create an entirely different world that wasn't a space odyssey or something like that, right?
I mean, I would agree with that.
When we talk about Lord of the Rings and all of that, it differs from your typical sword and sorcery like King Arthur and the Round Table, or Richard the Lionheart, or any of these other books which predate the 30s by a few hundred years.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about that, it's, you know, we can go back sword and sorcery back to ancient Greece. I mean,
Troy,
yeah, you know, all of it. So
yeah, the epics of Homer could reasonably
right,
be
the Iliad, right? Like the Iliad is
Iliad, Odyssey, all that.
I mean, you could take it far beyond that and go back to the Anunnaki, pre 4000 BC, and their representation of the female warrior with 4 arms that chop men's head off. Like that's sword and sorcery right there.
Well, I mean, we can't give the women we can't give them that win. But I'm
not. That was written by a man.
I guess what I mean by sword and sorcery, is how it affected today's life, how it affected today's, you know, like kind of like pop culture and genre.
Sure, but
we can go all the way back to Mesopotamia and talk about
right, but
yeah,
the difference is that Tolkien was the first one to create a completely different world. Like everything else was set on Earth in like some faraway land, but Tolkien went to Middle Earth. Like he created an entirely different, not just a realm, but an entirely different like planet almost. But it was, I mean, it was Earth, but it wasn't Earth, and it's unique and that is why it is unique. That's why people get caught up in it so much, even now. And you can look at other books that follow Raymond Feist. You know, The Magician is a fantastic series. Robert Jordan, Wheel of Time, fantastic series. Robert Jordan is very much like Tolkien, except what it seems like is he's taken more of a Thundar the Barbarian kind of like, this is Earth, but it's Earth in a far distant future, which is broken and gone back to, you know, the back into like sword and sorcery type times, right? Like I don't think that. I mean, I can't argue because I've never read the books they're talking about, so I can't argue that. But what I can argue is I think that Tolkien was the first one and really the only one that has successfully created such a world that was self-contained in and of itself, and it wasn't like rocket ships going to other planets or you know, any of this other thing, and that's why I think it create, you know, it spawned, you know, the Dragonlance series by Weiss and Hickman, which spawned Dungeons and Dragons, which then led to so much more great sci-fi.
So I was going to ask, when it comes down to world building like that, like, wouldn't you say Wizard of Oz kind of like started that up?
I mean, no, because Wizard of Oz was way after Tolkien, and I would agree.
No, 1900.
Wizard of Oz was late 19th, very early 20th century.
I don't think so. I
don't. 19th, early 20th century.
No.
The
movie came out before the Lord of the Rings was published.
The Wizard of Oz was written by Frank Baum in 1900. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. I said late 19th, early 20th century.
August 25th, 1939. That's what I got the date.
That's the movie.
We're talking the book.
Yeah, we're
the
talking
original
the book.
Wonderful Wizard of Oz was written in 1900.
Yeah.
But
that wasn't that was no more of a different world than Jack and the Beanstalk.
Yeah, King Arthur was written in the 1200s by a Danish monk.
I thought King Arthur originated.
But that's still on Earth. Like that's still on Earth.
Right. But and that's the difference with what happened with what Tolkien did was so unique in and of itself. It was an epic that created in something that we could understand and view in our minds, but wasn't Earth. It wasn't like he was asking us to believe in fucking unicorns. He was saying this is an entirely different place, but it's like here.
And that's what I'm saying. Oz is like it literally was an allegory.
Yeah. Well,
all these other things. It's a different world.
So
it's still analogous.
So
it wasn't really an epic though. It was just a self-contained story.
No, it wasn't epic. It was a whole ass series that came back multiple times. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with it. I haven't read. I haven't.
Yeah,
I don't
the
think
one
I've
that
read
most
it.
people are familiar with, where Dorothy is swept up by the tornado and gets dumped in Oz. That's
It's
just
just
the
one
beginning
movie.
of a very long epic of stories that went along with it.
Well, that's cool, man. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, so I would say this too, that the Conan books are actually is kind of like, Middle Earth in a sense. It's a Hyborian age. So it's more of like, Vanaheim, Cimmeria, Asgard, and go down to Aquilonia, Numidia, Ophir, Shem, and then go down to, the Stygia, to the Southern Isles, to the Sea of Iliad. Those are like not, in a sense, it's Earth. But it's kind of like in a different area, kind of like if like Westeros is in Earth, but it's not Earth, it's Westeros kind of thing.
Sure.
See, I would argue that while Heinlein might have, or I'm sorry, Howard, not Heinlein. While Howard may have really created the genre of sword and sorcery, it was Tolkien who perfected it.
Well,
And
maybe,
or at the very least,
because
popularized it.
But I don't think he went. I think that Danish monk probably created and really he just expounded on sword and sorcery. I mean, you have the story of Medusa and the Argonauts, and it comes from the Iliad, which was written
by Homer like 3,000 years ago.
So I just out of curiosity, I pulled up the Wikipedia page for the sword and sorcery genre, and it distinguishes sword and sorcery from high fantasy. High fantasy being shit like Arthur and all that, by saying that it focuses on personal battles rather than world-ending matters, which would actually put Lord of the Rings in high fantasy, not sword and sorcery. Because it deals with more world-ending shit than personal.
This is way above what I think about this time of night. To be honest with you, I this is. I feel like I need to go to bed, wake up, and go to class in the morning and study up.
But
lecture starts
I
at 10 a.m.
What's his name here? Okay. The one with the anarchy sign. My bad, dude. I don't know your.
Ancom. Just call me Ancom.
Okay, Ancom. I would contest though that Conan is high fantasy because of the definition you gave. Because it's about individual things. Conan, if you looked at the Hour of the Dragon, the Phoenix on a Sword, even let's see which one, the Queen of the Black Coast, and the Iron Shadows of the Moon. That's all about him. And when it came to the Hour of the Dragon, it was somewhat world-ending because of Zaltatune, but it still was about Conan and regaining the throne of Aquilonia.
Yeah, I'm saying that sword and sorcery is about personal stuff. High fantasy is about world-ending stuff. So because Conan, based on your description, I haven't read it, is more focusing on the stories of Conan himself as opposed to the dangers that the world as a whole face. That sword and sorcery, Lord of the Rings, is high fantasy.
Well, I think Lord of the Rings, it kind of depends on the book that you're talking about, because I mean maybe the whole epic you could breach it out 50-50, because half of it was about personal development for the character and the other half would be about what's going on in the world. So I mean
all right, I'm not supposed to come up here, but I'm going to give you guys some red flags here. So
all right, throw some flags on the play.
First of all, Tolkien was concerned
What's up,
not with
Mossman?
creating a new world. He was concerned with creating a new mythos for England, because he saw that King Arthur was patchwork of not only French, which he hated the French, and he hated French. He called it basically what I would call the equivalent of gay romanticism. But basically, he didn't like Guinevere. He didn't like the idea of a lot of the different aspects of things like democracy being thrown in there. He didn't like those kinds of aspects, the Knights of the Round Table. But also because much of King Arthur was Norman kind of inventions, and he wanted to create a mythos that was before Norman invasion, before the Franco-Norman invasion, which is what Lord of the Rings represents, is that pure Anglo-Saxon culture, which is why when people go, oh, why is there no blacks in Middle Earth? Because it's of a cultural of the time. Secondly, you guys can talk about Conan O'Brien all the live long day. Conan the Barbarian. Sorry, my brain's all over the place. But to not talk about Edgar Rice Burroughs with the John Carter series, who did that and Tarzan long before Conan, and he created worlds long before those. Because if you've ever seen, I'm not talking about the Disney movie, which I love. It's not too bad. But John Carter, the idea of a Civil War guy going to a different planet and fighting other aliens. That book came out like in the 1940.
Well, okay, that was a pretty good one.
I honestly do like the.
Hold on, John Carter's Mars. Let's see what the exact date on that is, because
40s.
I really do like.
I understand the Tarzan series too, because the Tarzan series was, he was raised by apes in the fucking jungles of Africa.
Why does it matter when it was made so much as the content of the book?
1912.
Well, Edward, the Princes of Mars.
The Prince of Mars, yeah, that's John Carter.
Yeah,
it's so 1912.
Yeah, I still don't understand why it matters so much when it was made, as far as whether or not the content reflected whether it was sword and sorcery type, or the argument you were making.
Right. But what I was trying to hit at was not anyone on the panel. I was more about Grit, because he had said no one had kind of really created a different world, and I was like, wait a minute, Edgar.
I can go with me. I could go with mythos. I mean, I was using world to illustrate that it was a self-contained.
Because to him, it was very much a real England. It was a part of an England that was lost, right? That's why he called it the Middle Earth, right? It was before. It was somewhere between the times of the before the
Bronze Age.
The Bronze Age. Yeah. And so, but it was the concept of it represented this authentic with elements of the Anglo-Saxon, and even what he also called the Icelandic, because he was very much inspired by the Icelandic tradition of oral stories. I just wanted to say that out there, Grit. I just wanted to throw
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I wasn't trying to be.
No, I know. But I'm that kind of person that gets sticky about that.
Can I contest something real quick, though? The neo-evangelist, my contention is that if you want to talk about mythos, you can't leave out Lovecraft. The Lovecraftian mythos is expansive, it's cosmic at this point.
It is absolutely not just cosmic,
cosmic
multi-dimensional. I mean, it's there's so many different aspects to it.
There's actual people who believe it. There's actual people who believe the mythos.
Well, it's because he didn't H.P. Lovecraft wrote the whole thing out to be a genre creator. Like the way it was framed, the way it was staged, the way it was structured, it was so that you could write, anyone out there could write other books about it within their own storytelling set, and it would follow that genre. So it's turned into its own genre just because of that.
I mean, because I do have the mythos. I do have the whole myth. I had the Necronomicon and all that shit. You can see the progression of his writing from the Rats in the Tunnel to Mountains of Madness. That whole progression was just an evolution of his writing. And in a sense, and I will say this, and I will argue with anybody on this, his descent into delirious madness, cosmic madness, because it was as if he was losing himself as he was writing.
Is that why he named his cat that?
Yeah.
Well, that was a lot of the great writers of the time, like Poe, excellent poet, but I mean, losing his mind towards the end. Van Gogh, a painter, losing his mind towards the end. I mean, lots of the greatest artists that we've had throughout time have been on the edge of losing their sanity.
And well, we also can't discount the fact that H.P. Lovecraft has some weird sex thing with his aunt and his mother.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about
it. We definitely could have ignored that.
I definitely could have ignored that. I would not have. I would not have included that in there.
Alrighty. Now it's a party. So we
Nothing like weird sex shit with your aunt to stop a conversation.
Shit, right? Damn it, we ran out of beer too.
I don't drink, so I don't have that. I can't use that specific excuse.
Oh no, I'm still good. I still got a third of a bottle of port.
I think I still got like a fucking quarter of a bottle. I think 3/4 of a bottle of gin. Let's fucking go.
I'm all out. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm surrounded by drunkards. You and me, Grid.
It's been a fun night.
I'm also.
It
not
is. I
drinking,
need it. I mean, I
unfortunately.
got to be honest, man. After the last week, I have really needed to just like fucking chill. I'm glad.
No, this entire time I've been here, I've been getting text messages about the exact subject we're not talking about.
Right.
It's nice to stay away from it just a little, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna change anything. We can leave it alone for a day.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Exactly. Relax a day. Go back to it later. We'll get it. We'll all figure it out. You know,
We'll
the
be
world will
there.
be all right.
I promise
We'll
you.
get it figured
We'll
out.
be there.
We'll get it figured out.
Just for all you drunkards out there.
Yeah.
Just a note.
My pushback grid. Yeah. Yeah.
So you guys, I don't know if you guys heard, when I was doing my opening, I was talking about how, I had to change the location of my event at DebateCon in Nashville because my personal opinion or observation is that it is exceedingly curious that I get the email a few days after the Charlie Kirk assassination, and they knew that we were going to be doing debates there. We knew that, and I literally told their representative that I'm like, look, there's a lot of people that don't like what I say. It's never a real problem though, and that they just argue with me, and it's fine. I like it.
Well.
But they, basically pulled a very slick move. Said that they had a client, VIP client, that had a 3-week block that moved it forward, and which would obviously cover the time that the day that I wanted, and they were really sorry, but couldn't do anything about it. I no more got the email than I got the refund, which was hilarious. And so my personal opinion is they didn't want the liability, and that's okay. We've switched it over to a new venue. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. If you are going to come to Nashville for DebateCon, and I highly, highly suggest that you do, this is a free event that I'm putting on in support of DebateCon. All you need is proof that you are going to DebateCon and a part of it, then like a ticket, and you're in Lake Flynn. It's going to be catered. I'm still going to provide soft drinks and water. The rest you got, you can BYOB all you want. The new site is right next to Marathon Village. You can look that up in Nashville, and it is ridiculous. The Nashville Tactical Lounge is there. You can go buy, you can buy a new, firearm. You can go buy a new knife. You can go sit in their leather chairs and drink while surrounded by knives and guns. And it's a good time. It's a good time.
Combining
Well,
alcohol,
that's
knives and guns sounds like just a beautiful time.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're locked up behind, you can't actually get them, but it's a place, for men to go, or some women, and go hang out. And it's a really legit place. You guys should check it out. There's a couple of breweries around there, or distiller. I think there's at least one distillery on the site. It's great. So it's a really, really cool place. And there's vintage motorcycles that'll be on display that will be for sale. That are awesome. It's going to be a great time. So you can make it, make it. And if you can't, sorry. And other than that, it's all going to be cool. And we don't have to talk about a bunch of stuff tonight, which has been great. Having the sci-fi debates are really cool, and I like it a lot. So, do we lose? Who did we lose? Like we lost a couple of people. Somebody checked out. Did Tyler leave?
Yep.
I'm on the roll. I'm on the roll.
Yeah.
19.
There you go. It's been fun, guys. It's been
Hell
fun.
yeah.
I'm going to go to bed though, because
Yeah, I'm heading that way too.
I've got to get up in the morning, get all my gear ready to go shoot Sunday. That one right there, we're going to take that one out.
How often do you compete?
I try and do at least once a month. Next year,
is it the USPA?
No, this is a 3-gun. I shoot USPSA occasionally.
Okay. What did he ever do to you?
That's one gun. That's a 1-gun deal. I like 3-gun.
He tried to amend the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
I mean,
So I've got when I'm actually like next year, starting in I think we're going to probably start in March, maybe February or March will be the first event, and I'll do one major event a month and 1 or 2 local, what we consider local matches. I'll do probably 3 times a month. I'll shoot a match, and then I practice. I try and shoot pistol every day, and I don't really need to shoot rifle that often. I'm pretty good with a rifle. So.
I love rifle.
But pistol, I shoot 200 rounds a day. So
200 rounds a day. That gets expensive quick.
Bro, I cannot afford that.
I can't afford that either.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's choices you make, right? So
I all be in Ethereum.
I guess I have a
a
fire bitch, and it's just dry fire all damn time.
Yeah, you can dry fire a lot. I do a lot of I reload, so I'll put in time on the press, and I can make my current press. I can do right at about 500 rounds an hour if I really push it. It can go faster. I don't feel comfortable going faster, and so to pump out a week's worth of ammo is like a couple hours worth of work.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it'd be comfortable to go faster when you're dry firing.
Yeah, no, I mean on my press, my reloading press. But and then I don't reload. Well, I don't typically reload rifle, what we consider blaster ammo, just regular 55 grain because it's so cheap. But my long range ammo, I reload for it, and I've made one shot hits out to 675 yards with an AR just like that one. First round hit, I should say. And I've done on the clock. Now this is on the clock. Now see, it's easy to just stand there and do it, right? But when you're on the clock, it's a whole different deal. And on the clock, I've hit 500 yards standing offhand on the clock.
Question is, can you beat that one guy that was at the Olympics with no equipment?
Well, we don't have equipment really, and we're in a hurry. Like he's on the clock. So
Dude, it was shooting iron sights.
Yeah, I shoot iron sights.
800 and what was it? 800 and something yards was the high shot.
Oh, you're talking about like the national match guys. I've tried national match. It makes sense sometimes, but I use an LVPO. It's the wave of the future. Got to do it.
I guess I'm a basic bitch, and I use my my red dot.
Yeah, red dots are. I mean, if you're not using a red dot right now, if especially if you don't get to practice much, you should 100% use a red dot. 100%. There's just the thing is that if I train with a red dot a lot because a red dot forces you to get your index correct every time, or you can't find the dot.
Yeah.
If you train with a red dot, you will be faster with iron sights. 100% of the time.
Yeah, but like I do like my ACOGs because like when I was back in the army, I did use ACOG more than red dot.
Mm-hmm.
But then once I transitioned,
I mean, ACOG's just a magnified red dot. Is
basically.
I'm not a fan of EOTechs or ACOGs. They're fine. They're okay, but they cost more than a good LVPO, and there's a reason why the military is getting away from them. So
yeah,
but I love red dots on pistols. When we say red dots, I mean on pistols. Red dots on rifles are next to useless.
I mean, no, see, like I have a red dot on my rifle. I have the aim point patrolman on my rifle, and I probably spark a good 253 on there, just on a decent shot.
So the thing is that with a red dot on a rifle, that's a 2 or 3 MOA dot, and it could be bigger, but usually most people on a rifle they'll do two or 3 MOA. So a 6-inch target at 200 yards, if you can see it, it's covered half of it by the dot. And the thing is that your round can hit anywhere in that like 12-inch cone, and you don't know why you're missing. And that's why I don't like red dots for rifles. Red dots for rifles make a lot of sense if you're at 20 yards.
See, that's why I like using infrared. I've got infrared. It's not a red dot. It's infrared, but it's like it's almost the same size as a regular ACOG, but a little bit shorter. And it just sees the infrared laser that's pointed out exactly where it's at. So
yeah,
I like that a lot better.
Yeah, I have a so I with that scope there, or that optic there, is a Night Force 1-8. At 1x, it might as well be a red dot. I can use both eyes open, no problem. But I can crank it up to 8x, and I can make my 500, 600 yard shots, and know that I'm hitting the and we're talking torso size targets or smaller. So I just don't. I mean, I'm always going to have the best advantage I can get, 100% of the time.
I do want to get a red dot on my Glock, on my Gen 5. I always did iron sights, but like I just probably just going to evolve to a red dot. I don't have the MOS Gen 5. I'm at the find a gunsmith to help me out with that.
Just buy a slide. It's a Glock. Just buy a slide with a red dot cut on it.
All right.
I mean, I have I hate Glocks, and I have like 4 or 5 of them because they just appear. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, they appear for some reason. You must like them for some reason.
I don't like them much. Although the ones I have now are pretty rad. I'm going to be honest with you. I got one that's got an amazing trigger. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, like if they're just appearing, they're like herpes at this point. They're just appearing.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, the thing is, they're so cheap that it doesn't matter. Like they're like drop guns, right? Like they're perfect to just go away and be like, I don't want a big gun. But
I mean, that's like my favorite. My favorite is still Mark 19 Desert Eagle 50 cal barrel.
I know
the 58. I mean, dude, I don't know what it is, but it's like,
yeah, you were saying that.
Oh God, man!
I think there's something wrong with you, really, but that's all right. It's okay.
Dude, you hit a milk jug with that sucker. There's no milk jug in existence anymore. That shit's gone. You hit a watermelon, you might find a little piece of something somewhere, but it's fucking gold.
I know.
You hit a human with that, they just fold, ready to go in the trunk.
I can't get into them. I personally, for pistols right now, my absolute favorite carry pistol right now is the SIG P365 Fuse. It's small, but it's big. It fits. I can carry it comfortably all day. Carrying it right now, I just can't show it to you.
I mean, so I was an MP in the Army, and we transitioned from the Berettas to the Beretta M9s to the M17s
Mhm.
to the SIGs. I did enjoy that firearm. I mean, it didn't give me any issues.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. When I got to civilian life, I actually bought one. And then I traded it in. The reason why I traded it in because I got kids, I got small kids, and I just don't want a malfunction of that magnitude to happen. So I think that's why I'm leaning more towards the Glock because of that malfunction that the SIG is notorious for. Even though I never experienced it, but I know people who have, and I'm just not going to risk it. In a sense.
Yeah, I've never. I mean, I've been on a lot of ranges. I've never seen the malfunction they're talking about, and every time that someone simulates the malfunction, they have to manipulate the trigger to do so.
Yeah,
that's dumb. Like that's not a malfunction at that point. You were touching the trigger.
Yeah.
So that's no longer a
Yeah.
malfunction.
No.
And it's not uncommanded firing either. So I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I've never had a problem with mine. I think there's probably a bad lot out there that has some tolerance stacking that makes some issues. I've shot mine a lot. The only problem I have against the SIG P320 is I don't like how slick the stock grips are. I'm a grip nerd geek.
I agree with that.
I carbide a lot of plastic guns, a lot of combat Tupperware, tactical Tupperware, whatever you want to call it. I will carbide them in a heartbeat. And the gun I use most often is a 2011 of some sort. I've got 3 or 4 of them now. I don't know how many, but they're out there. And but I've shot 3 gun with basically every platform. KP30, Smith & Wesson M&P, Steyr L9A1. If it exists as a platform, I've shot it in competition because
I mean I do love the M&P series. I really do love the rifle. I never had the pistol version, but the rifle version of the M&P series, I absolutely love it.
They're okay. Yeah, they're okay. The pistols are just not accurate. They have shitty barrels. So,
I also do love the Zion 15 series from IWI.
Yeah, IWI makes some good stuff. They're I mean, the Israelis, if you want to know how to, if you want to, make a lot of people dead, then they're pretty good at that. So,
a lot of people dead and with really big lead.
Yeah. I mean, I shoot a Bull, which is an Israeli-made gun right now. BUL. I don't know, man. I'm going to shoot this weekend. That makes me happy. I'm going to play golf on Tuesday. That makes me happy.
Don't throw your hip out.
Yeah, I won't. No, I'm much stronger now. I'm almost back to like 100%. I think.
Hell yeah.
I'm probably gonna. I don't know what else I'll do. I may. Who knows, man? I don't know what I'm gonna do this week. The Galil Ace is a good gun, Cam the King. That's good. I'm gonna get out of here. This has been cool. But Lethe, it was good meeting you, man.
I've been on once before, but it's been a minute.
Yeah. I was like, man, you just seem really familiar, but I don't think you were on for very long. So that was
thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're gonna do Wednesday night. We're gonna do, or Monday we'll do the day shift. If I'm, if I don't have anything else going on, we'll do the day shift and we'll do talk news and social issues and all that kind of stuff. Wednesday we're gonna have the anti-Kel on, and she's gonna talk about all the cool stuff that she's been doing to expose these degenerates in her area, which which I think is cool. I think it's rad. And Friday night we'll do this same debate show. Hopefully next week it will be more back to normal, and we'll get the numbers back up and all of the cool stuff. And maybe we won't do Nerd Wars. Maybe we'll do, maybe we'll do. I don't know. I'll put some thought into it. Maybe we'll do like conspiracy theories, something like that. We'll argue conspiracy theories. So Confluence will be right at home. You know what we're talking about, right? And so will Castle. Castle, I'm sure, is a conspiracy theory guy.
Yeah, Thursday night.
Sorry?
More than sci-fi.
What night did you say that was?
That'll be Friday, I think. I might do Saturday next week because I won't have a match. I can't do Saturday. I couldn't do Saturday this week because I'm going to shoot Sunday. So it's rough, if I have to shoot Sunday, staying up till this time of night and then getting up at 5 a.m. sucks.
Just one more question. Do you do flat range or just different kind of ranges?
I showed video of it earlier. We do so I do both natural terrain and I do base stages, whatever they put in front of me. I don't care. I like very physical matches. I want to run they call it running and gunning, and I want to run. I want to carry heavy objects. I want to shoot stuff really fast. I love jungle runs. I love trying to find the targets in the trees. I love all of it.
Oh yeah, let's go.
So hey, the horseradish is back. Conspiracy night next Friday. He is in. Bring your buddies, man. Bring your friends. So, and but yeah, I think it'll be cool. I do a lot of really fit, and I'll do stupid stuff too. Like I'll run armored division where you have to have like body armor, like real body armor, not plastic plates or anything, but like real body armor, real helmet. You have to have like the list of equipment is hilarious because you got to have plate carrier with at least level 3 plates, and they prefer level 4. You have to have a helmet. It can be a bump helmet, doesn't have to be ballistic, but you have to have a helmet. You have to have a fixed bladed knife with at least a 4-inch blade. You have to have a first aid kit. You have to have at least 1 liter of water. You have to have, it's just a list of crap that you have to carry. You have to have X number of loaded magazines at the start of every stage. And so, when you see me, when you like, a lot of times, a lot of these matches, I do them in just pants and a technical shirt. But then you add all of that stuff on it, and you don't wear a plate carrier over a t-shirt. You wear it over a combat shirt. Otherwise, you get some itches and some chafing in some very weird places.
Fucking nipple burn. I'll say what it is.
Yeah, that's right. There's a reason that those shirts are worn, and so you're and I have a short sleeve one, but I haven't actually tried it. But you're adding a lot of stressors to what to what you're running, and and I like doing it. I enjoy it. I think it's a great time, and it's just that much more of a challenge to, run, shoot, do some stupid task, run and shoot, or shoot while running. Either way, shooting from golf carts. I've shot from golf carts. I've shot from rooftops. I've shot from all of it.
It is always a day full of fun when a newbie puts his vest on before his shirt.
Yeah, and there and very specific types of shirts too. Like I have the compression shirts that I wear under if I'm wearing especially if I'm wearing soft armor, because if you have a regular t-shirt like this one, if it bunches up and you get trapped there, oh my god, it's gonna hurt so bad.
It's just gonna suck.
It's nothing but suck. And you spend all day in it, right? So you're not getting out of it. So
stretchy's the best.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna check out guys next time. So
yeah,
thank you for having me.
We're all out anyway. Everybody's gonna have to go away. I'm not even gonna raid you to somebody else. You guys just go away. I like you all. You're all cool, but get the fuck out of here. All right. So
Stay safe.
always
Care, everyone.
be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and go the fuck away.